Okay, good evening.
Sing a little.
Okay, it looks like we're just missing Trustee Torres. Is that correct? Okay, cool. Well, hopefully she'll join in a couple minutes. And while we wait, I was hoping to make the announcement. We received an email. Let me pull this up here. I got multiple screens. Trustee Torres is trying to log in. So that's good news.
Did she go straight to closed session maybe?
Ooh, maybe. I don't know. Hopefully she'll connect here in a minute. Open session link. Sounds like she just...
All right, but we can meet her in closed.
Okay. Okay, so hopefully the following individuals, I'm going to read off, let me start the official meeting. Call the meeting to order at 5:03 p.m. And let's see, let's give Trustee Torres another minute here. Hopefully she can log in.
I just sent her a text.
Okay, cool.
I just tried to call and there was no answer.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Josh, maybe you should just go ahead and talk about what we're going to do with the comments since we have a time certain.
Sure. Yeah. So I'll officially call the meeting to order at 5:05 p.m. And I'm hopeful all the trustees were able to look at item 1.02, which is our ground rules. And then Chancellor Gillespie, do you have any changes to the agenda, which is 1.03?
Oh, actually, that's the recommendation of the agenda. And with that, all items except for 5.01 have been reviewed by District Consultation Council and are provided for the trustees' consideration without constituent objection. 501 is information and discussion around our VCCCD COVID-19 reopening plan, as well as activities at the college. And that was added at the chair's request so that we could be providing an update and responding to some of the questions around reopening. So all the consultation members had a chance to see the information when the agenda went out, and we've had no communications around that, as well as the reopening plan document has been available and online for a number of weeks now too. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. That'll take us to, I'm sorry, now 1.04, changes to the agenda.
No changes.
Excellent. Okay. Okay, here comes my announcement. multitask here and pull up. So I have Rick Castanero, Jessica Vargas, Soledad Barrigan, Frida Martinez, Carla Alejandra, Chris Hernandez, Adam Vega, and Jeanette Redding have all requested to make public comment. I'm making an assumption, but please, if any of those members of the community would like to speak before closed session, you'll have, of course, that ability to do that. We only have one item on our closed session agenda, which is public employee performance evaluation, Chancellor. And we're hoping to, on a time-sensitive issue, go into closed session and then come back into general session by 6 o'clock. So what I'm asking, unless there is an item for particularly pertains to closed session, we'll of course offer that opportunity for you to speak. But if it's for anything else, either in open session or an item that is not on the agenda, we would just ask that you would wait to speak at 6 p.m. when we reconvene from closed session. So if any of those members of the public that requested to speak before closed session feel necessary to speak before closed session because it pertains directly to our one item, then we will offer that opportunity. Otherwise, we're going to postpone that so we can make sure we address our time-sensitive items. So just checking in, Chancellor Gillespie, do those members, the names that I read off, would they have the opportunity now to like through Zoom to kind of flag us and if they did feel necessary to speak at this point?
They should. I think Dan, Patty, are you hearing anything?
I don't see any of those names as attendees, so I would imagine they would speak at open session.
Okay, excellent. Well, that's good news. In that case, we are going to, let me get on the right page. We are going to go to item 2.02, which is public employee performance evaluation. Chancellor. And with that, we have a tentative time to return at 3 p.m. And our goal, of course, is...
I'm not there yet, but I'll be...
Uh-oh. Let me make sure. Okay, cool. And we'll live to try and work through that goal as much as possible. So we should be back by 6 p.m., everybody. Thank you. And just to clarify for the trustees, we're not waiting for a special room. We have a separate link, correct?
Correct.
Okay, cool. And we'll see everyone in the special room, or sorry, closer. Okay, good evening, everybody. It is exactly 6:15, and let's see here. I see myself. I see Vice Chair McKay. I see Trustee Torres. I do not see I see Trustee Gonzalez. Nice to see you. I do not see Trustee Mantooth or Trustee Perez yet. I know they're on their way, so we'll hold off until we. There is Trustee Mantooth. All right. Okay, looks like we are all here. I see Trustee Perez is here now. So the time is 6:16, and we are on item 3, which is reconvene in open session, and we have nothing to report out of closed session. And just for cover all our bases, we will be returning. It is on the agenda, but let's find the number for that. 10.01, we will be returning to closed session at the conclusion of our regular open session meeting. Okay, so 3.02, multitask here. That takes us to public comments. And we do have a list of a number of speakers. So I'm going to pull that up. Normally I have 2 laptops going, but one is not functioning as well as it should. So here we go. All right. So we have some written public comments, and let's see here. We've received 1 written public comment that we'll read at the end of public comments, but we'll start with our verbal comments, and those are the individuals from the community that have reached out prior to the meeting and followed all of the parameters to do that. So I'm going to read the names off in 3. That way everyone will be ready to go. First, we have Rick Castanero, Jessica, sorry, my font is really small here, Jessica Vargas, and Soledad Barragan. Okay, so hopefully Mr. Castanero is here, and we'll hand it off. He is not
present.
Okay, thank you for that. Hopefully he will be shortly. Jessica Vargas.
Here.
Oh, there you are. Okay, Jessica, thank you for being here. And the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much. So my name is Jessica Vargas. I'm part of Padres Juntos Promoviendo la Educación. I'm a parent and a member of the community, but I'm going to speak in Spanish. That's fine for you? Okay, so nosotros somos padres, somos de la comunidad, estamos estudiando, queremos ver por qué el colegio de Oxnard no está brindando las mismas oportunidades que otros colegios. Un ejemplo de eso es que nosotros ahorita estamos asistiendo al colegio de Santa Bárbara, porque cuando quisimos entrar aquí al colegio de Oxnard, no tuvieron clases de inglés para nosotros. Ahorita están ofreciendo becas en el colegio de Santa Bárbara. Los consejeros de ahí luego haces que te sientas interesado, que ellos tienen interés a que tú te superes. Te ofrecen becas, te ofrecen servicios de consejería en donde tú puedes seguir continuando con tus estudios. Tienen ahorita también programas en donde están ofreciendo de career, como de economía, y para que tú tomes esas clases, y todas esas clases son gratuitas, no solamente las clases de inglés. Porque también tienen un programa que se llama Back to Work. ¿Qué quiere decir? Que esto es, que están interesados en ofrecerte carreras o work skills que te ayuden a que trabajes aquí dentro de tu comunidad, lo que es cuidado de niños, y te ofrecen, además, te pagan porque asistas a las clases y te pagan por si necesitas cuidado de niños. No todos los colegios ofrecen ese sistema. Nos gustaría que el colegio de Oxnard lo tuviera, porque para nosotros, ahora que regresen en presencial, va a ser muy difícil que podamos asistir, y nosotros nos vemos con la visión de estar aquí dentro de nuestra misma comunidad, asistiendo a nuestras clases, mejorar la comunidad latina que estamos aquí, de los padres que solamente hablamos español. Es importante que el colegio habla esas oportunidades, porque queremos superarnos, queremos ser útiles en nuestra comunidad, y queremos ayudar a nuestros estudiantes a que tengan también un mejor nivel académico. Si nosotros como papás nos superamos, nuestra comunidad se supera, y la economía de Oxnard también va a estar mejor. Gracias.
Chair. So we had somebody who spoke in Spanish. Do we have somebody to translate so the trustees understand what was said? Are we prepared?
I tried to go to closed caption to see if it was captured that way, and I couldn't. And there was also some television going on in the background, and so what little Spanish I have was getting confused. So I have an idea of what she said, but I would have.
Do you want? I can repeat in English too if you want to.
That would be my personal preferences. I would like to be able to fully understand it. And maybe whatever that noise is in the background, we could mute everybody else so I can hear her.
And I clarify my English that's not very well, but I'm trying to do my best.
I promise it's better than my Spanish.
And then, Chair, maybe just in the future, I'm wondering, in terms of accessibility, having somebody from our district perhaps be available to provide the translation if we have community members who want to address the board and don't speak the language of English, but they speak Spanish, that we're able to have somebody available for our public comments.
So I'm going to start again, okay? So good evening, my name is Jessica Vargas. I'm part of the community, members, counselor, and staff. My name is Jessica Vargas. I'm part of the Padres Juntos Promoviendo la Educación. I'm a member of the community. I'm a parent for 2 kids. One is in the high school and another is in middle school. So because I want to help my students to be successful, I try to inspire them to return to school. But when I tried to return to school to the college, Oxnard College, and I was trying to get the ESL classes, because the ESL, the English, that's the first language in the United States. So I want to be fluent to get a better job. So I was inspired when I returned to school and explored the opportunities. I was attending to a conference that in the March last year, that we inspiring women that they need to be successful, and they set an example for the kids. So when I tried to return to school in the Oxnard College, they don't offer all the resources that now offer the Santa Barbara College. So they have the classes, they have scholarships. They have their care back to work. They promote all the education, and the staff, they feel like they be interested in you. You'll be successful. Do you need to return to your school? Because they try to get you, empower you, and inspire you. So, example, the back to work, they offer, they pay for your study, and if you need kids for your kids, they have a child care for your kids, and they pay for it. So they have provide stipends. They provide. If you don't have a computer, they say, oh, you can come to the college. That's a Chromebook for you. If you don't have internet, don't worry. Come to the school, and I provide the hotspot. So they support with tutoring, with all the courses materials, and they support even when they offer the career skills. They offer, if you need help with your ESL, they offer help for that. So I'm grateful that if Oxnard College offered the same opportunities, because and now that's in virtual. We can attend it to the whatever college they are available, the classes, but in reality, when they go to person, for us, like a parent, that's really hard. Example, the classes start at 7. Now we need to leave for home at around 1 hour or 1 hour and a half before the classes start to get to Santa Barbara. So, and the classes ended at 9:30. So an hour to come again, that's around 10:30, 11 when we come our homes. So it's going to be hard for us to be successful and to study and be more available to be more in the community. So I don't think you should have any education outside my city, but I want to be successful and be an example for my kids that if I can study even I'm old, so they can do when they're young. We are not invisible. We are only speaking Spanish, but we want to learn and we want to be successful. But we need the Oxnard College, we offer class to the community needs. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Vargas. And on behalf of the district, we'll make sure that next time we have translation services ready to go. So, but thank you for your comments, both in English and in Spanish. I appreciate it.
I'm gonna try to do my best.
It was amazing. So thank you. Okay, next we have Soledad Barragan, and then we'll go back to Mr. Castanero, and then we'll go to our next 3. So Soledad, and then Rick Castanero.
Buenas tardes, pues yo no hablo inglés.
Okay, so before we move forward, Chancellor Gillespie, do we have anyone online that can provide translation services?
And I sent Jessica Vargas this, I sent and she translate me.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone, staff person feels they'd be available to translate at this point.
I can try to translate as best as I can. Let me just get my headset on 1 second, please.
Yeah, thanks, Linda. Appreciate that. And again, you may want to just have, let Soledad know you'll be translating so that...
Señora Soledad, voy a tratar de traducir lo que usted va a comunicar a la mesa directiva.
Ok.
Un momentito, por favor.
Sí, gracias.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm gonna kind of repeat certain sentences after she speaks. So, señora Soledad, nada más le pido que si por favor habla despacio y voy a tratar lo mejor posible de traducir lo que usted va a decir, ¿ok?
Ok, muchas gracias. Mi nombre es Soledad Barragán. Soy miembro de Padres Juntos Promoviendo la Educación. Y como residente de Oxnard tengo que compartir con ustedes lo que experimenté cuando traté de empezar mi educación en los Estados Unidos de América.
Okay, so good evening, everyone. My name is Soledad Barragan. I am a member of, ¿cuál es el grupo que está?
Padres Juntos Promoviendo la Educación, así en español.
Okay, Padres Juntos Promoviendo la Educación. So it's Parents Together Promoting Education.
Fui al colegio de Oxnard con muchas ganas de aprender, llena de esperanza. Y
Déjenme, permítame.
Yes.
I went to Oxnard College with the hopes of getting an education.
En la primavera, Padres Juntos Promoviendo la Educación, una organización que entrenan a padres que hablan español.
In the spring, Parents United for Education.
Que entrenamos a padres en cómo apoyar a sus hijos en la educación.
Okay, we train parents on how to support their children in their education.
Presentamos una conferencia de liderazgo para los padres de habla en español.
We presented a workshop in leadership to the parents.
En el colegio de Oxnard con la ayuda del personal del colegio.
We presented this workshop at Oxnard College with the help of the college's personnel.
Recibimos a más de 100 padres interesados en apoyar a sus hijos en cómo mejorar sus vidas.
We received approximately 100 parents interested in helping their with their children's education.
Como funcionario de Padres Juntos, sentí mucho orgullo de ser anfitrión de los padres que hablan español en nuestro colegio.
As an organizer of this workshop, I felt a lot of pride in seeing the response from the parents.
Hasta me sentí incentivada a pensar que yo podría tomar clases aquí en mi propia comunidad.
And it made me feel encouraged in being able to take classes in my own community.
Pero me equivoqué, pues el Colegio de Oxnard no promueve servicios para la comunidad que habla en español.
But I was wrong because I found out that our college doesn't provide the services needed in order to learn the language.
Cuando comencé a investigar oportunidades de aprendizaje, encontré que el Colegio de Oxnard no ofrece clases de recuperación.
When I started researching the availability of these classes, I found that the college did not offer these services.
El colegio no ofrece el camino para obtener un GED que lleve a entrenamientos técnicos.
The college doesn't offer a pathway to obtain a GED that opens up the opportunities para...
El colegio de Oxnard no acepta personas como yo.
The college does not accept persons like me.
Así que estoy asistiendo a clases en el colegio comunitario de la ciudad de Santa Bárbara.
That is why I am taking classes at Santa Barbara Community College.
Donde encuentro personas que están interesadas en ayudarme.
Where I find persons that are willing to help me.
Y he encontrado a personal que me alienta y esto me da esperanzas.
And I have found personnel that encourages me, and this gives me hope.
El personal del Colegio de Oxnard fue muy cordial y útil al apoyar a Padres Juntos y a más de 100 padres que hablan español que recibimos en el campus.
Oxnard College was very helpful in providing an opportunity for parents together in education
para más de 100 padres que hablan español y que recibimos en el campus.
For more than 100 parents que hablan español, dijo?
Yeah, to host it. So Oxnard College hosted
yes.
the event, and so they're grateful and appreciative that the college was able to host an event for the organization that serves the parents.
Pero quisiéramos que el Colegio de Oxnard proporcionara más que solo un lugar para que nosotros hablemos de educación.
But we wish that Oxnard College could provide more than an opportunity to offer a workshop.
Nos gustaría que el colegio de
we would like that Oxnard College
fuera un lugar donde pudiéramos obtener una educación y mejorar nuestras vidas.
We would like that Oxnard College be a place where we can be provided an opportunity for an education.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. I tried my best.
No, thank you, Linda. You did. I use it all
Thank you,
the time.
Linda.
So I'm using it all the time. So that's why you.
I need to practice more. See, this is what happens when you don't practice.
I know it's been a long time, Linda, since you've been at the K8.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Soledad. Okay. Next, we have Mr. Castanero.
Good evening, board, chancellor, and staff. After hearing those speakers, I want to share that I feel deep inside that we really need to think about how we're going to put the community back into the community college. These are working class women who are speaking and talking about their hopes and dreams for them and for their children. And Oxnard College for generation has been a place where folks like them can come and build a new life and improve the quality of life for their family. Now, I know during this pandemic, it's been a challenge for everybody. And I know everybody involved in the community college has rolled up their sleeves and put in some good time to benefit students, to support students. But as I've looked into what's happening at Oxnard College, I think we need to really look at what resources can be sent into that community and support growth, not only of the college, but, you know, the folks that you just heard share with me some of the challenges that they've had. For example, they've never received a flyer. They've never received a postcard from Oxnard College, but they receive those from Santa Barbara City College. So I think we really need to look at who we're recruiting. Oxnard has the largest birth rates in the county every year, has the largest number of high school graduates every year. And I know we want to grow every college, but I think if we're not doing any public outreach to the folks that live in the city in this college, we're never going to have a bigger Oxnard College. And it's important because I hear that the resources don't go there because there's not enough people there. But I'm concerned because I don't see any attempt to make that college grow. We asked the community college to reflect on the policy, procedures, practices, and actions by this board that adversely affect the community of Oxnard. And your decisions are substantial. It's leaving a legacy for a community that needs your support and needs a pathway to a better life. And the community college is the vehicle for that in this community. So I hope you will consider what you can support at Oxnard College. And I submitted a op-ed today in the VC Star. You can get more of my thoughts there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Castanero. Okay, pull up the right screen here. Public comments. All right. So the next three that we received is Frida Martinez, Carla Alejandra, and Chris Hernandez. So I'm hoping Frida is here. Okay, not seeing Frida. Is Carla Alejandra online?
I'm here, Frida.
Frida is here.
Oh, Frida is here. Great. Hi, Frida.
Yes, yeah, yes, I say that in Spanish because my English is a little bit, you know, I study English.
Absolutely, absolutely. So, Chancellor Gillespie, if you're able to help facilitate that, that would be amazing.
I know. Thanks, Chair Chancellor. And Linda, are you available to assist again?
Thank you very much.
Yes, I'm here. Señora, nada más le pido, por favor, que digan en frases cortas para así yo poder traducir lo mejor que yo pueda traducir, por favor.
Linda, and if you need support, I can be here too if you need anything, okay?
Thank you, Gaby. You can catch whatever I miss.
Señora Reséndiz, esta noche se va a graduar como
¿Verdad?
como intérprete. Bueno, necesitamos a alguien que esté en la reunión, ¿verdad? Bueno, buenas tardes, miembros
Good
del
afternoon, Board of Directors,
Canciller y personal.
Chancellor, and personnel.
Mi nombre es Frida Martínez.
My name is Frida Martínez.
Soy un miembro de la comunidad.
I'm a member of the community.
Y pertenezco a la organización Padres Juntos Promoviendo la Educación.
And I belong to the organization Parents Together Promoting Education.
Yo requiero, como madre,
as a mother, I require
un colegio comunitario,
a community college,
que ofrezca las clases que me van a ayudar.
That offer the classes that will assist me.
Que me van a ayudar a obtener las habilidades básicas que necesito.
That will help me receive the basic skills that I need.
Para mejorar mi vida.
To better my life.
Y la vida de los miembros de mi familia.
And the lives of the members of my family.
Yo requiero de clases básicas de inglés.
I require basic English classes.
De clases de computación.
Computer classes.
Y capacitación técnica que me permita obtener.
And technical assistant that will help me obtain.
Un puesto laboral a nivel de entrada.
An entry-level position.
De entrada en la fuerza laboral, ¿verdad?
To help me obtain an entry-level position in the workforce.
Cuando busqué este tipo de oportunidades,
when I search for these type of opportunities,
no las pude encontrar en el colegio de Oxnard.
I could not find them in Oxnard College.
Como madre,
as a mother,
estoy decidida a encontrar oportunidades para mi familia.
I am determined to find opportunities for my family.
Por eso seguí buscando.
That is why I continue to search.
Encontré clases de ESL.
I found ESL classes.
De computación.
I found ESL classes and computer classes.
Y un programa de reincorporación a la fuerza laboral.
And a program that reincorporates me into the workforce.
En el colegio comunitario de la ciudad de Santa Bárbara.
At Santa Barbara City College.
Que me paga $200 por semana para que yo estudie.
That pays me $200 a week for me to study.
Si se requiere, este programa provee guardería para niños.
If this program is required, it provides childcare for children.
Este ha sido un programa perfecto para mí durante COVID.
This has been a perfect program for me during COVID.
Y la educación a distancia.
And the distance learning.
Ahora no estoy segura qué va a suceder una vez que termine la educación a distancia.
Now I am not sure what will happen after distance learning is over.
Tendré que viajar 1 hora de ida y otra de vuelta para aprender inglés.
I will have to travel 1 hour to and 1 hour back in order to ¿Para qué dijo?
Para aprender inglés.
Oh, to learn English.
Yes. Esta es una enorme necesidad de nuestra comunidad.
This is an enormous necessity in our community.
si el colegio comunitario comenzara a satisfacer las necesidades de la comunidad,
if the community college would start to facilitate the opportunities,
podríamos transformar nuestra comunidad,
we could transform our community,
dando la necesidad a los padres y a nuestros hijos.
giving the necessary needs to the parents and to our children.
Esperamos
We hope
que pronto
that soon
tomen la decisión
you will make the decision
de hacer soporte
to provide the support
a nuestra comunidad.
to our community.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I believe.
Chair?
Yes.
If I could add, and Linda, maybe you could translate here, but I'm not going to comment, on what the colleges are doing, but I do want to just share a little information until we have a further discussion about it. So,
Okay, el doctor Gillespie nada más va a compartir alguna información. No puede comentar el comentario que hizo usted, señora Martínez, pero él nada más desea proveer una información.
So, in Ventura County, we have, I think it's 5 adult schools that are run through the K-12 districts.
En el condado de Ventura, hay 5 escuelas de adulto que por ahora están activas.
And these adult schools do have the ESL plus career training programs, and we work with them in creating pathways to the college programs.
Y estas escuelas de adultos proveen clases de inglés, de ESL, y proveen el camino hacia oportunidades de trabajo.
And your comments do help us recognize that the information needs to be shared more broadly. And also we want to recognize what we can do more in the future.
Y sus comentarios ayudan a que el distrito promueva más la información. Help me here, Gabby.
And all 3 of our colleges do have ESL classes.
Y nuestros 3 colegios comunitarios sí proveen clases de inglés, de ESL.
But I just wanted people to have that information to help right now.
Nada más quería dar esa información para que todos sepan de lo que está disponible.
And Chancellor Gillespie, hopefully, tomorrow, someone from hopefully someone can reach out from the college district to this community group and kind of share some of the services that we have and explain the different agencies that can provide services. So that would be I think, appropriate time to do that. Okay. So we're at, let's see here, Carla Alejandra.
Not present.
Not present. Okay, thank you for that, Ms. Blair. Next would be Chris Hernandez.
I am present.
All right, great. Chris, it's all yours.
All right, so let's see. Good evening, board members, chancellor, and staff. My name is Chris Hernandez. I am a member of the local 585 union. I am a commissioner on the Oxnard Parks and Recreations and Community Service Advisory Group. And I am the vice chair of the 5 Points Neighborhood Council in Oxnard. However, today I am representing as a student of Oxnard College and an ambassador of the Associated Student Government of Oxnard College. Many students at Oxnard College are 2nd or 3rd generation in their family to attend Oxnard College, just as I am 2nd generation in my family to attend OC. My mother came to this country not knowing how to speak or write English. Luckily for her, she had the ESL program to help her out, along with other help from programs like EOPS at OC. She eventually graduated from Oxnard College with honors and went on to graduate from Northridge University at Channel Islands University. They had an extension program that allowed her to attend for a shorter distance. Now, she managed to overcome all of these obstacles, all while she raised my siblings and I. And we are so thankful for those programs that Oxnard College had at the time. These programs of Oxnard College worked miracles and helped those like my mother defy the odds. Over my short life, I have witnessed the loss of resources from Oxnard College with the elimination of the ESL basketball and programs such as the film and television program. And as a student that feels a personal connection with Oxnard College, I feel the programs that helped my mother succeed at Oxnard College are now gone. Now I am left with a college that is a bare bone project that is fading program by program into an empty shell, just like when I first attended in 07. There were no buildings, not like they have now. The only thing different now is that there are buildings, but no programs or students to fill them with. They say if you build it, they will come. But the question I ask is when? When are we gonna be the ones to be not put on the back burner? We are tired of being first, but first to be put last. I will say that I am happy to hear that the basketball program is coming back, but the college needs more. We need an ESL program, a newspaper, a music program, and a film and television program, and we need it now. And it saddens me to hear that other schools are receiving figures like 19 million more, 33 million more than us, when we produce more graduates every year. I, for one, will not stop advocating for the allocation of more funds and programs to our school. And this community is my life, and it includes Oxnard College. I hope you too can be a part of bringing positive change to Oxnard College. And I thank you. I seize my time.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Next, we have Mr. Vega, Adam Vega. Hi, Adam. Thank you for joining us. The floor is yours.
All right, I appreciate it. Let's see. Okay. Good evening, Chancellor, Chair, members of the board. My name is Adam Vega. I'm a lifelong resident of Ventura County and an Oxnard College alumni myself. My sister and many of my friends, attend Oxnard College. So, this is kind of who I have in mind when I say what I say tonight. As the Community Affairs and Advocacy Coordinator for Clínicas del Camino Real, the largest provider of healthcare to farm workers in Ventura County and the nation, and also one of the largest nonprofits in the county of Ventura, I must say, in all honesty, I wouldn't be able to be in the position that I am today had it not been for Oxnard College. So I'm very grateful for Oxnard College, and I know the value that's there. All that I ask is it receive its fair share. I wish I could have spent more time at Oxnard College, but because of certain barriers I mentioned during my last public comment, it was difficult to do so. To Mr. Castanero's point, for all of you watching online on YouTube, check out the op-ed. It's in the VC Star today. For those who can't get around to it, I want to highlight a couple points. Some of those personal barriers that I experienced, right, as well as some of the needs that our friends shared here tonight. The COVID-19 pandemic was a call to action for our community and its institutions. The Oxnard zip codes 93030 and 93033 were two of the hardest hit zip codes in Ventura County. During this pandemic, Oxnard College suffered the largest decline in student participation of the three community colleges. We know the staff has continued to be committed to the work for tireless hours, yet Oxnard College continues to have the least choices of courses, athletics, music, other extracurricular activities, which were mentioned tonight, when compared to other colleges. Is this a reflection of the needs of the largest city with the most high school graduates every year in the county? No. The reason these questions are so important is because the Ventura County Community College District has recently passed resolutions about equity and social justice. Meanwhile, the Community College of Oxnard continues to watch many of our best and brightest students be forced to muster together enough money to attend courses at other colleges in different cities because of the courses don't meet the needs of the local students and aren't offered in our own community. Again, adult monolingual Spanish-speaking students from Oxnard are currently attending English courses and career programs at Santa Barbara City College. What has been invested in Oxnard College to help its students survive the pandemic, and continue their education and prepare to care for their families. We'd like to see more. The community of Oxnard, we're tired of the aspirational resolutions about equity and social justice because they're not measurable. We're strictly committed to a dialogue, collaboration, and action steps that bring relief to our community. That's what we're here to do, really be able to move forward in a collaborative manner in the right direction to address some of these needs because, again, I experienced them as a student. We heard again, what today's kind of generation of students are experiencing. And, I hear the same thing from my sisters and a lot of my friends. And again, like I said, I wouldn't be able to do what I do today had it not been for Oxnard College. So I know there's a lot of potential there. And all we're asking is, like I said prior, that it does receive its fair share because we want it to be great, not just good or good enough. So with that, thank you. Appreciate the time and look forward to continuing the conversation.
Thank you, Mr. Vega. Okay, next on our list is Jeanette Redding, and then we have Michael Sheets. Hi, Jeanette or Jenny. Nice to see you. Thank you for being here. And you have 3 minutes.
Okay. I'm here tonight to speak with you. And good evening, board members and Chancellor Gillespie and visitors. I wanted to tell you a little story about when I've worked for Oxnard College for 20 years. And I'm concerned about the safety there as we plan on our return, and I really want to return. So just know that first off, I really want us to return. In 2007, I was a coordinator of the Success Academy there, and it was a building on campus, and I worked in that building all week long for the whole academic year of 2007-2008. And during that year, I contracted a virus through the ventilation system, which injured my right lung. And I had to have surgery to remove a piece of my lung so that I could survive. And when I heard about what they're doing or not doing at Oxnard College, I'm very concerned that I don't want anybody else to have to experience what I have experienced. I came to what I thought was a safe working environment, and it turned out not to be so. And it impacted my life forever. So all I'm asking is that the administration at Oxnard College prove to us that they've done the HVAC work up to the Cal OSHA standards. That's all I'm asking. Because without that reassurance, I'm afraid that people will get ill through the ventilation systems like I did. And so I'm very concerned about this. And I wanted to share my experience with you at that campus with a previous administration, but it happened to me. So that means it can happen again unless we have documentation that it's safe to return. So I just wanted to share that with you this evening. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And next we have Michael Sheets.
Not present.
Okay. If Mr. Sheets is able to return before we finish public comment, we do have one last public comment, and that one was submitted in writing. And I'll ask if Ms. Brower would be willing to read that to the community. Okay, I have it on my screen here, my phone, so I'm gonna, sounds like
I have it if it'd be easier.
Sure, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay. So this is from Ty Gardner, a full-time faculty member at Ventura College. Members of the board, I recently read an article in the Atlantic's On Teaching series about Robert Roth, an esteemed anti-racist teacher from San Francisco. The veteran teacher provided many insights into teaching at majority Black and Latino schools. Many of his insights are similar to those we encounter in professional development opportunities on our campus. I'd like to thank you, the district, and the individual campuses for funding those opportunities. Keep them coming. He also provided insight into a structural issue that professional development cannot address. Mr. Roth states, teachers should not have to teach 5 classes. They need more time to look at student work, to meet with colleagues, and to revise curriculum. 5 3-credit lecture classes form a normal full-time load in the VCCCD. Lab instructors, because of structural inequality in pay, must teach 6 classes with a typical load of 2 lectures and 4 labs. This burden on our load makes it more difficult for us to develop and implement anti-racist pedagogical practices in STEM and CTE areas that provide students with well-paying jobs. It is time for the district to increase its efforts to promote anti-racist practices. It is time for us to ensure our students have a pathway to well-paying jobs. We must do this not only through professional development, but also through addressing structural factors that hamper our efforts. It is time to end our district's inequitable policy on lab pay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Chancellor Gillespie. And I believe we have, that concludes public comment unless last call for Michael Sheets. And then otherwise we will transition into.
Chair Chancellor, we do have one more public comment. It's from Lorena Ortiz.
Lorena Ortiz. Okay, great. Lorena.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Lorena.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Lorena Ortiz, and I am the ASG president at Oxnard College. And I'm here in public comment in regards to having Oxnard College be able to have the same equal opportunity as our other sister colleges. We do understand that we do have less students, but in order for us to grow and have more students, we need more funding to have more professors, more programs, and our AVACs, to fix our AVACs if that's the case, right? There is a difference in how things are done with all 3 colleges. And as a student at Oxnard College, I am very, again, and I will always say this to the day I die, that I am very proud of being a Condor. The professors, the faculty there has really, really helped me so much to better my life. And because of that, I want to do more for my students and for the community of Oxnard. It's a big city. I know if we have the proper promotion, if the proper help and the support, that college will grow twice as big in years to come, real quick. We might even exceed Moore Park in Ventura if we are given the chance. If we need to bring the community members and businesses, then we will. I just feel that we need more stuff for Oxnard College. Thank you for letting me share.
Thank you, Ms. Ortiz. Okay, I believe that concludes public comments, and we are now transitioning to item 4.01, which is Senate consultation, and it looks like we are starting with Dr. Reese.
Good evening, trustees, chancellor, and everybody else joining us this evening. Seems like we're back to our normal rotation this time. Didn't know who was going to be first this time. I do appreciate the opportunity to comment on, I'll just keep it to a few agenda items. The first is 6.03, approval of the district-wide resource budget allocation model. It was vetted with robust animated discussion, sometimes heated, delving into quite a bit of detail and possible interpretations involving the strengths and weaknesses of the models and impact on each of the 3 colleges. I do want to first of all, I just want to thank all of the staff for the incredible behind the scenes work and willingness to have additional working group meetings to answer all of our questions from the most basic to rather detailed questions. So we get the benefit of that. The alignment of the after the class schedule budget with the student-centered funding formula includes both an equity called supplemental and success components. There's increased funds for Pell and Promise Grant recipients and AB 540 students, and increased funds for awarding degrees, certificates, transfer level math and English in the first year, etc. It also includes additional funds for Pell and Promise Grant recipients that complete those above benchmarks. A 5-year transition plan for implementing this new model, because it does have a shift of funds between the colleges, was also discussed, debated, and finally recommended. Not everyone agrees with this particular model, but as is our process, after much collegial discussion, we voted on this model and it was recommended with an overwhelming majority. Now that it went through the full process and became a formal recommendation, all of us on the District Council of Administrative Services will act in concert to help implement and support this direction and hope the board will do likewise. I'll take this opportunity to comment on 8.01 as well. The Guided Pathways Scale of Adoption Assessment, really just for a special thank you for Tracy Allen, Faculty of Counseling and Guided Pathways Liaison Extraordinaire for leading this work. She was particularly attentive to the participatory governance process, which I'm having trouble saying, but very much appreciate, bringing it to the various related governance committees for input and approval. We had to work out a schedule to enable full reads in Senate that required the first read at the end of the fall semester and the second read at the beginning of the spring semester, which was not ideal. But she believed enough in the process and to make sure everyone had ample time to vet everything before it got submitted. So just thank you to all the very many other classified professionals, administrators, and faculty that both facilitate Guided Pathways implementation itself and provided feedback and input on this document. Thank you, trustees, for your time and attention.
Thank you for that important report. Next, it looks like is Dan Clark.
Evening, trustees. I also wanted to consult on 6.03 and 8.01. Eric did a great job of talking a little bit about the participatory governance process that we went through. We, Academic Senate presidents, brought this up at last consultation. We'll bring it up again. Hopefully, you guys will have enough of your questions answered, and we're here to answer more if you come up with some tonight. The major difference is about 45% of the allocation model is going to be tuned to a student-centered funding formula-like model. And like Eric said, this has gone through a pretty rigorous process over a year long now of participatory governance. So we look forward to your questions and working hard on getting this implemented. And also 8.01, like Eric, our Guided Pathways SOAA. I'd also like to thank our team working on it. Seb, who you'll hear from, was our classified co-chair. Also Lynn Wright as admin and Corey Wendt. They all did excellent jobs kind of shepherding this through the all the committees on campus and getting the work done. So thank you to them, and thank you.
Thank you very much. And last but not least is Dr. Amy Edwards.
Thank you for not putting me least. 5.01, which is the fall reopening plan. I've been meeting with faculty. We spent a lot of time after our Senate meeting, and we did a debrief of our town hall yesterday. Faculty are expressing concerns. You heard a few tonight, but they also are understanding now that the July 31st deadline does exist. We have increased our communication, so I think people are feeling a little better with the planning. Some issues with scheduling, things that we're going to work out internally, and we are. One of the methods we are working on is to include the department chairs more. President Sanchez and I have met about this. He agrees. We have some strategies in place. So we still have some work to do. You're going to hear a lot from our town hall tonight, which I think will clarify some of the issues, but we know that we will continue to communicate with faculty. I sort of act as a conduit between administration and faculty Faculty also know they can come to me at any time, and I will always try to get all of their questions answered. Same thing is true for all Board of Trustees. 6.03, the allocation model. You heard Eric give a brief explanation. We encourage you to pass it at DCAS, although we know there are some concerns that you still would like to address. 8.01 for the GP SOA. Just want to give a thank you to our leads, Shannon Tress, faculty, Gabby Rodriguez, classified, Leah Alcron, Dean, administration, and a student has joined the group, so a quad chair. I don't know exactly the name of the student because I know it was still ongoing. So thank you to all of our Guided Pathways team. They work hard, they meet all the time. They are working on those pillars. Those pillars are soon to grow back here in my blue room. Thank you all, and that's my report.
Thank you for that report. And I will mention it in my trustee report at the end, but just in case, thank you to the Academic Senate for meeting with the chair and vice chair, gosh, maybe last week, I believe, to go over some of the important work, 2 weeks ago, the important work that you do and we do and the alignment of that. So appreciate that time. And we are now transitioning to 4.02, Classified Senate President's Consultation. Shall we start with Sebastian?
Caught me off guard there. Good evening. I thought we'd follow the same pattern. I won't repeat myself too much because I think we had this on the agenda before and I then, but it's just to second really what Dan said with regards to guided pathways. And I just really want to draw your attention to the fact that it was such a college-wide effort and that it really was, you know, a very equitable process. Like I said before, you know, we had faculty, classified, administrators, students, and I said 9 faculty, 9 classified, and 9 students on the committee, and really tried to make the work as broad as possible and use student input in the design phase as opposed to, you know, relying on their feedback once we started implementing. So I'm really hopeful that this will be great for Ventura College. And so I thank you for your attention to that item.
Thank you for that report. Next would be Amparo Medina.
Good evening, trustees. Can I just say ditto? Okay, so everybody's touched upon everything. Again, I alluded to this last time as far as the allocation model. There was, as Dan mentioned, and all the other academic senate presidents and classified senate president, there was a robust discussion as far as coming to this decision and our recommendations. We do hope that you support that. And in regards to the guided pathways scale of adoption, yes, thank you to our tri-chairs. It's actually now a quad chair. I was able to get the name. Her name is Sandy Gendy. She's going to be our student quad chair. So I think that's amazing. We're one of the few colleges in the state that has a quad chair process like that, including a student. And, you know, thank you to our classified, our faculty and management. And we have come a long way with our scale of adoption. There's a lot of work done into it that went into it, student input, faculty input, classified input. So we are very proud of what you have before you. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And last but not least, Linda Resendez.
I have no consultation items to speak to. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And thank you again for your translation help earlier in the meeting.
You're welcome.
Okay, next, well, I just wanted to check in. Do we need a break or are we ready to, can we do the reopening plan and then maybe take a break after that section? We good? Seeing some heads nod. Okay. All right, cool. In that case, 5.01 is the Ventura County Community College District 2021-2022 COVID-19 reopening plan. And Chancellor Gillespie.
Thank you, Chair Chancellor. So, you know, in the board packet, you have the district's reopening plan, and that's been posted on our website for a number of weeks now. And when you look at the plan, there are kind of 3 phases defined in that. There's an initial phase response, an intermediate phase response, and then a final phase response. We've been working mainly in initial phase responses, which is when the county or our county tier level is in the purple and red. So Ventura County had been in the purple tier for a number of months and recently has moved into the red tier, which is a really good sign. As we move towards fall, we're hoping that we can even move towards the orange and yellow. And a lot of our planning then is looking at operating within the intermediate phases described in all the different operational areas of the college. With our district reopening plan, it's quite detailed in what the colleges are to implement. And we also recognize that the colleges will be working with their COVID response planning teams and implementation teams to adapt what needs to occur at each of the colleges to keep employees and students safe. All of us recognize and have felt the impacts of the pandemic. And it's been tragic in many ways, from the economic impact to the health impact to lost loved ones and friends, not just in Ventura County, but in the nation and across the world. And throughout the pandemic, we've really focused on keeping our students and employees safe while continuing to provide operations, instruction, and student support services in a different format than what we've done before. We're looking forward to getting back to having more in-person instruction and student services. And as we head towards fall, there's the opportunity for all of us to get vaccinated, which is a big positive, and that can go a long way towards protecting yourself, your family, and all of us back at work. And also the pandemic conditions should continue to improve. But with that, even classes or work schedules that are planned to be offered in person in the fall, if we get past the end of July and any of those plans cannot be implemented due to health and safety concerns, then they'll be converted back to remote. And we've been very clear about that from the beginning. All of the colleges have been aware and communicating that as well. But we're looking forward to being able to have up to about 50% of our classes having an in-person component. And, when you look at what's happening across the state, the California community colleges are starting to articulate what fall is going to look like. And it ranges from some colleges stating they're going to remain in the remote format through December. There's a number of districts that have actually come out with that. There's some that are stating they're going to be fully open. And then there are districts like us that are taking kind of this hybrid approach there. And I think we're not doing our plan to follow anyone else's. We're doing what seems appropriate for our county and our colleges and what we need to do. And I'll mention that we're going to work towards having our Board of Trustees meetings in person again starting in May. And that may still just be with trustees and some staff, and then still having comments via the live stream. However, we'll get more details out on that. And through the summer, we'll be increasing, with some on-site work schedules as well. And we'll be sharing more details about that. But I am really proud to see and to be aware of the collaborative discussions that have occurred at all three colleges among all of our employee groups to really help us transition back to a reopening so that we can continue to serve our students and our communities to the greatest extent possible. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to President Sanchez from Oxnard College, because they had a COVID town hall last week, and I was glad to be able to listen in to most of that. And I think it illustrates well the types of approaches and efforts that are occurring across the district as each of the colleges takes the reopening plan and applies it to their colleges as they're working to open things up more in the fall, but doing that, of course, in a way that protects the health and safety of everyone. And, you know, I recognize that the new normal is going to look different. This fall, and as we move through spring, we'll slowly be setting, you know, that new normal for us. And with that, I'll turn it over to President Sanchez.
Thank you, Dr. Gillespie. I'm going to be as succinct as possible because we're condensing what was about a 2-hour town hall of information, plus an additional roughly hour for questions and answers, into a half hour. And I know that the board is well aware that what's at stake for our students in being able to reopen has been evidenced by one of the speakers earlier alluded to the higher rates of enrollment decline at Oxnard College. And if it's not manifestly apparent in success rates, I can clearly state that it will have a pronounced effect on the success rate. So our ability to reopen in the fall, to the extent that it's safe to do so, is pivotal for our students' journey. Approximately February-ish of last year, Mike Catelli, and I'm praying inside that he is with us because he's going to follow me, but we're texting frantically to make sure that he's with us tonight. Captain Mike Catelli, retired captain and professor at Oxnard College and department chair in our fire technology program, came to our executive council group, which includes our Senate presidents. We meet weekly to talk about the college operations. Mike came to us and he said, shall we set in motion an emergency response plan to deal with this nationwide pandemic? I was so grateful to Mike, and I continue to be really grateful for his expertise, for his steady leadership in guiding us in terms of how to respond to the pandemic. And over the past year, the group that Mike began with expanded to include a number of faculty, a number of classified staff members, students, as well as managers that's been meeting over the entire past year to plan for purposes of the pandemic. We've recently asked representatives from the classified and faculty union to also participate in those meetings, and the Senate presidents, as I mentioned earlier, as well as the student body president, have been participating in those meetings for much of the past year. So that's how it started. And then I'm going to turn it over to Mike, hope that he is with us to take over the next part and introduce the planning process.
President Sanchez, thank you very much. You can hear me okay?
Perfectly.
Chancellor Gillespie, board, and visitors, thank you for this opportunity to present our plan, reopening plan and management. I'm going to present the management structure to you tonight. My name is Mike Catelli. I'm the department chair at Oxnard College Public Safety, specifically the fire technology program that we have there. I've been out there a number of years, 21 years, and I retired from the Los Angeles Fire Department in 2015 after 34 years of service. The plan I'm about to show you is a state incident command system that we have used and adapted for the COVID-19 event and our reopening plan. This plan maintains accountability, it maintains structure, it maintains communications, and most importantly, it ensures student safety and employee safety while at Oxnard College. So I will take you through this plan. I need to be able to screen share, and I don't have that ability right now. I don't know if somebody can give me that permission.
Yeah, I'm sure they're working on it, Mike.
Okay.
Try it now, Mike.
Laura's sharing, so.
All right. It should be coming right back up. Okay, can everybody see this? So this was the town hall response, and this is the management structure that we set up approximately 1 year ago, and we stuck to this management structure through the whole event. So in this management structure, there is a clear line of policy group, and President Sanchez is in the policy group. But there's other people in that policy group too. It's not just President Sanchez, it's members of the district that are advising him and sending policy to him. There's the CDC, there's Cal OSHA, there's Ventura County Public Health. These are all people that contribute to that policy group, along with our COVID-19 work group committee, which is a diverse group of industry professionals at Oxnard College, and members of Oxnard City Fire Department and Oxnard City EMS have helped us out too. So when you break down this incident command system further, event command, you can see there's an event commander, and that is Dr. Oscar Kobian, who will be talking to you tonight. And in this event command role, he's advised by Dr. Deanna McFadden, who is in our medical role, James Schulke, who is our public information officer, Lieutenant Cesar Romero of the Campos Police Force, he's our safety and liaison. And Dr. Kobian manages these 4 structures underneath: operations, plans, logistics, and finance. And so I know that for some of you, these look really familiar because we've talked about these before. Under the operations section, that is Chris Rinbarger, our VP of Business Services. And he is in charge of classroom preparations and any kind of technology, any office preparations or technology that's needed for classified, screening locations, and any cleaning procedures and supplies. So that's things that Chris is in charge of, his operations section. In the plan section, Dr. Art Sanford is there with Dr. Keller Maganow, and they are advised by the AS president, classified Senate president, Amy Edwards and Amparo, who both spoke tonight. And they are in charge of things like developing operational guidelines for fall of 2021, which we're customizing ours and adding specific Oxnard College information to the district plan. They're also in charge of establishing the fall 2021 student services and instructional schedule and employee schedule. And they are also in charge of developing plans in the event that we need to make an emergency return to online. So that's the plan section. Logistics, Dr. Luis Gonzalez is in charge of our logistics section, and that is obtaining cleaning supplies, any kind of screening location supplies, or any kind of instructional technology or classroom or workplace safety. So everybody has a manageable section of the pie, the way we've broken it down. They can talk to each other readily. We meet once a month. This leadership team meets once a month. And we also meet once a month with a work group committee. And what I've kept track of during this past year is every time we meet on this return to college fall of 2021 that you see here, there's an operational period that's clearly delineated there, long-term goals, and you can see our #1 goal every time we met was student and employee safety. And then there's a set of weekly objectives down at the bottom with a responsible party. So these are measurable, everybody's accountable, it's simple, it's easy to manage. And I can tell you that this management team has been working very, very hard for the last year. So that's our management structure. And I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Kobian, I believe.
Yes. Good evening, board and Chancellor Gillespie. Thank you so much for this opportunity to share our plans. But first of all, I want to thank Michael Catelli for his guidance, for his leadership, and really helping us through this process. I think we would be in a very different place if it wasn't for his leadership. So thank you so much for stepping forward to really guide us in this in these very difficult times. Michael has really always made sure that we were prepared for natural disasters, God forbid, a campus shooting. We always trained for that possible scenario, but never a scenario of a global pandemic. But there was a lot of areas that we need to work on, a lot of communication and developing our roles. But most importantly, the major role of our incident command is to develop plans and protocols to keep our students and employees safe. I know there's a lot of our employees are feeling a little bit of anxiety about coming back in the fall, but we want to make sure that we reassure them. We let them know that we're developing plans to ensure their safety. Now, early on in the pandemic, we knew one of the critical pieces was health screening. How do we bring students and employees on campus and make sure that we're able to assess if they are exposed and develop protocols for contact tracing? We were very fortunate that our fire academy and dental hygiene really became a statewide and national model for bringing students back on campus in a safe manner. They were one of the first early programs to reestablish early in the pandemic. So we used a lot of the skills of the protocols that we picked up through our fire academy and dental hygiene to ensure that we were able to provide those services on a larger scale for students coming onto the main campus. And Dr. Deanna McFadden has just been really critical in that role of making sure, working closely with us to develop our protocols, to ensure that we have health screeners who are well trained, making sure that we provide them with safety equipment, but also we do fit testing for their N95 masks to ensure that they're wearing it properly and making sure that they're also safe. We've also developed different areas on campus that are trained to do health screening on their own. The automotive program, the dental hygiene program, our athletics, even our culinary programs and some of the other classes, and for example, our marine program, we're all trained on how to do the health screening protocols. And one of the critical pieces, and one thing I want to mention, in this last year, we have had students come on campus who have been sick, who have been exposed. But one thing that's important to know is that we've had 0 transmissions on campus. And I really credit it to our health screening protocols and our contact tracing. So I'm going to have Dr. Deanna McFadden just share very briefly our contact tracing protocols. And I also want to thank Dan Watkins, who's on, for really working with us closely with Ready Education, that we have an app. So students, before they arrive on campus, are completing that app, employees as well, and making sure that they are know that if they are exposed, if they are sick, do not come on campus, and then following up with those students immediately afterwards. So I would like to welcome Deanna McFadden, who can give us a quick overview of contact tracing.
Thank you, Dr. Kobian. Thank you, everyone. So contact tracing is also a key part of campus safety. Contact tracing starts when we have a report of either a suspected or a confirmed COVID case. By doing internal contact tracing, which all the colleges are doing, we're able to react very quickly to any persons of concern on campus. So when we receive a report, either through Ready Education app or sometimes a phone call or an email, we contact that individual immediately by whatever means possible, preferably a phone call, maybe an email, but we are also able to use the Ready Education app to message the person that we need to speak to. Once we get a hold of that person, we ascertain where they have been on campus and try to determine if there truly has been an exposure. An exposure is defined as 15 minutes or longer within 6 feet of someone within 24 hours, even if you're wearing a mask. So sometimes when we have a case, we don't actually have an exposure. At this point, if we do determine there's someone who is positive and we've had an exposure, we bring in public health to come alongside us and help support our efforts. We then, if it's for a student, in a class, what we would do then is contact the dean. The dean has an email that we've formulated together that's sent to all the students who might be in that classroom that defines what quarantine is so that people know what instructions they need to follow. It explains to them the period of quarantine that they need to observe. It explains monitoring their health and symptoms, and also gives them a list of resources on campus and off campus, and people are asked to contact me. Let's see, and then basically we then determine when the person can return to school or when a class can resume. I'll turn it back to you, Dr. Kobian.
Okay, thank you. You know, one thing that I'm really thankful for our staff, we've developed these amazing videos. I don't think we have time to show you the video today, but I will drop it in the link so you can view it later. And it helps explain our health, our safety protocols for arriving on campus. How do you prepare even before by completing the app with the health screening app. So those are just amazing videos that we put up on our website. And also we share it with students as part of emails that go out to students before the start of each semester. One thing I do want to mention, I believe it's running, but.
I don't think it's going to run.
Okay, that's fine. What I'll do is like I said, I'll drop the link. One thing I want to mention that we were working very closely with our team to ensure that we have cleaning supplies for our offices, for classrooms. One thing that I started doing this week, and I think is going to be very successful, is bringing small teams of my staff on campus to start looking at how our safety protocols on how we're going to bring people back, our employees back, touring our offices and facilities to ensure that we are properly planning in the orange and yellow tiers. Before the start of, during the pandemic, we started developing these plans based on the tiers, on the California COVID-19 tiers. So every department developed plans. So now we're revisiting those plans and making sure that we are getting input from our employees and our students on those protocols. So and I think that's something that's going to be very successful for us as we continue to get input from our campus community and kind of ease that sense of anxiety about coming back in the fall. But I do want enough time to make sure that we cover some critical areas that I think people want to hear, especially related to ventilation and other supplies. But I do want to mention, before I hand it over to Chris, we have continued to provide food distributions for our student and community members, making sure that they have access to Wi-Fi, making sure that they have access to mental health services. Those basic needs areas are just critical for our community, especially during this pandemic. And I just want to really thank our staff for stepping up, for arriving on campus to ready those boxes for our students and community members as we provide food and all the technology needs for our local community. So thank you so much to my team. And I want to hand it over to Chris. Thank you so much. Are you there, Chris?
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yep.
Thank you, Dr. Kobian. Can we go to the next slide, please? So as Chancellor Gillespie mentioned, there are phases within the plan. So we wanted to make those phases very clear on the slide here that we're in the initial phase now, that's purple and red, that we're anticipating the intermediate phase in fall, that's orange and yellow, and that we're hopeful for the final phase in spring, which is yellow back to whatever normal becomes. Next slide, please. During the intermediate phase, we wanted to make sure that our protections are layered, that we take a layered approach. We encourage everyone to get vaccinated. One really positive change that occurred this week is that on Mondays, our testing site went back to a 5-day-a-week schedule. They're not up there on Monday. So on Monday, they're bringing in nurses to run a vaccine center on campus that just started this week. And we're hoping to expand that opportunity as we move forward in the future. Every employee will be provided with at least 2 reusable masks, and we'll have disposable masks for any person that comes on campus who happens to forget theirs. We have more than 15,000 in stock now. We'll have 3 screening locations for folks that come on campus. They'll complete the app and they'll go through the screening process. So we're hiring and training at least 15 screeners this week, in fact. We are promoting reduced capacity and social distance in the classrooms. We've walked the spaces this week and arranged classrooms so we can see, move the desks around, move the chairs, got out a tape measure, in addition to general planning to ensure that we have the right distancing. Every classroom and every office area will have a cleaning and disinfecting kit. That kit will include gloves, disinfectant wipes, additional masks, spray, paper towels, and also those spaces will be cleaned by custodial staff in between sessions, in between class sessions. But we have those kits in place so that faculty and students, if they wish, we encourage them to take a team approach. If they wish, they can wipe down their own spaces. Just like when you go in the grocery store, you get a wipe, you wipe down the cart, similar idea, to help them feel comfortable with that process. We are cleaning all of our ductwork in the next month or 2. We are changing our filtration to the maximum MERV level that the system will allow. We're very lucky at Oxnard College that a lot of our ductwork is metal. So that supports increased pressure, which when you increase the MERV rating, it increases the pressure in the ductwork. So we believe that it will support the MERV 13s that our Cal OSHA is recommending. We're also, as are the other 2 colleges, looking into a UVC system. UVC systems are used in hospitals and other places, and essentially what it does is that the UV rays kill the various particles that are in the air, and then those particles are also filtered. So in these multiple layered approaches to protection for folks that will be coming onto campus. Next slide, please. In the spring, we started using these classroom signs, and we'll continue to use classroom signs just like this, where we indicate this is the space you're going into. Here's the maximum occupancy based on social distancing. Here are some recommended practices. Next slide, please. We're adding these symbols and new signs to show everybody that the room you're entering does have the appropriate filtration and an active UVC system in the ductwork to ensure that they understand that that room is ready to go, and those symbols help them feel comfortable with that fact. Next slide, please. All of the colleges are looking into what they call high flex classrooms, and these are technology improvements that we're looking at also, essentially so that faculty can teach both in person and simultaneously online through live videography, some cameras that are motion activated, so they'll follow the faculty member around as they walk back and forth and talk. And we'll be conducting trials with 3 different technologies the end of this month, the beginning of next month, to see which ones faculty like, and possibly choosing multiple options depending on the responses that we get. Next slide, please. So for office spaces in the intermediate phase, private offices where you can shut your door will tend towards, and be in the office by yourself, will tend towards a full return to work. Cubicle spaces will definitely take a hybrid approach where we schedule people on rotating schedules. All of this will be done through a collaboration between supervisors and employees. Next slide, please. We've discovered through the magic of Zoom that we get more attendance at governance meetings in the Zoom environment, possibly because people don't have to walk back and forth. But we've also discovered that the participation isn't necessarily as great in this environment. So we're going to do some experiments with hybrid or virtual meetings and see if we can come to the right balance between the two to allow for maximum participation along with maximum attendance at all of our governance meetings. And with that, I'd like to pass it on to Vice President Sandy.
Thanks, Chris. If you can go to the next slide, please, Captain. Yeah, so my job at the town hall was to present the background, the context, the rationale behind our fall scheduling. And I violated the first rule of teaching with PowerPoint. I put a lot of text on the first slide, but I wanted to be clear that this was the message that we're sending to, in this case, it was a response to an inquiry from the AFT leadership. And my response was, in part, we are building a fall schedule that will serve the needs of our students for more face-to-face instruction than is currently permitted. We are optimistic that conditions in August will be such that it will be safe for all faculty to teach on campus for a portion of their contractual assignment, and we will implement all the protocols prescribed by the CDC and Cal OSHA in order to achieve that goal. That said, if health conditions do not improve as anticipated and it remains unsafe to bring larger numbers of students on campus, we will convert any lecture time to live Zoom meetings. So that was the message to faculty going out there. And Chancellor Gillespie has given us a deadline, a solid deadline of July 31st to demonstrate, to prove that we have everything in place that needs to be in place. Otherwise, again, we will just pivot. The backdrop for this is that we're looking at this goal of 50% of all courses to have an on-campus component. However, back in January, February, early March, when the deans were working with faculty, department chairs, of course, primarily in building the schedules, it was fewer than 1 out of 10 expressed an interest or a disposition to come back and teach in the fall. And it's understandable. Of course, if we go back in time just a month and a half ago to the COVID conditions at the time, they were pretty horrendous. The surge was waning, but it was still pretty strong. So it's understandable that there's a lot of hesitation. But again, we're talking now about 5 months out when the schedule will take effect. August 19th is when classes resume. So we're confident that conditions will be improved by then. Because, next slide, please. What we've been dealing with for the past couple of semesters during the COVID time, we go back to fall of 2019, Oxnard College was the only college of the 3 showing growth in enrollments. We're up to 2,417 full-time equivalent students, and that dropped to by 12% for fall, the 12% drop in full-time equivalent students in fall of 2020 due to COVID. Next slide, please. Spring wasn't much better. We had a 1% growth in spring of 2020. That translates now to a 10% drop in spring of 2021. So it's not just enrollments that are suffering. Next slide, please. We were in an upward trend when it comes to retaining students, keeping them completing courses, and students being successful in courses. We had a pretty much a slow but gradual increase going back to 2015 in the percentage of students completing courses and earning a grade of C or better. Our success rates have dropped though from 64% in fall of 2020 down to 60% in fall of 2019, down to 60% in fall of 2020. A 4% drop in any one semester is horrendous. It doesn't tell the human toll. It's when students aren't successful, we know they don't persist. When they don't persist, they stop attending and they put off their educational goals. So next slide, please. So for the fall of 2021 schedule, that will go live at the end of this month. It has to go live at the end of the month because students and counselors need time to plan their schedules for next year. And registration begins April 19th. And again, we're optimistic that given the current trends, the college can provide a safe teaching and learning environment for virtually all faculty. I say virtually because there are folks with legitimate underlying health conditions, and of course, exceptions will be made. And we will closely monitor conditions. And if we can't do what we have to do to make things safe, we just pivot and we go back to where we are now, which is anywhere from 90 to 95% of our courses being online. So with that, I'll turn things over to, I think actually, I don't know if we have a student speaker this time around. We had student perspectives at our, and I think Ashley was one of them, Trustee Gonzalez, and if she wishes to jump in.
And I think Lorena was also going to be.
And Lorena was as well. Thank you.
Wow.
Yeah, so it was a great town hall. You know, we did have student speakers and I spoke myself. And, you know, coming from a student, you know, this COVID has really impacted, you know, me and many of us students in not so good ways. And this town hall really helped clarify a lot of questions, a lot of concerns, and gain, you know, gain confidence that Oxnard College is working to get students back on track and back on campus in a safe way for everybody. So it was a great town hall, and I was so thankful to be there and to be able to share with everybody.
And is Lorena with us and able to speak?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I can't see myself. It's okay. So this town hall was great, you know, and one of the things that we are really big on at Oxnard College is the fact that we want our students' input, right? And because we are the student voices. And our students want to come back. They felt the effect of not being on campus, right? So we are doing surveys so we could bring you guys the data. I have another student working with me, and we're creating these forms, and they should be done by Friday. So we could have another town hall and have the information with the students with the data as well. So you could see that we're not just saying, but it's actually truth to it, right? Like Deanna and everyone else said, that they have done a marvelous job keeping our students safe the best way that they could throughout this whole entire time that they've been there. That being said, has also helped students feel some type of comfort in coming back. The safety issues and the protocols. The only concern that they have is if they were to come back and something were to happen, like how quickly would they be able to return how long would they be after they're gone, for how long, and if they needed the shot back. That's the only thing that right now that has come up. But other than that, we did a little survey, and out of 8 students, 1 student didn't want to come back. All the other ones did want to come back. So again, good job, OC, Health Department. You know, you guys have done a marvelous job, and seeing you guys do that makes me comfortable enough to know that these students want to come back. And it sucks for me that I won't be there next year, right? But I'm glad that the schools are opening. This is what we need. And again, some students like the online, right? Just like some of our professors, but we're here for the students. How is it that we could benefit and make the students more successful? Is reopening up the school the way it's planned and the way it was set forth with the slides.
Thank you, Lorena. In closing, first of all, I want to thank all of the panelists, and a special thanks to Deanna, Dr. McFadden, who's been so pivotal to keeping our campus safe and whose guidance we absolutely count on. In the background, there's some folks that didn't present tonight, including our Senate presidents, Dr. Edwards, Amparo Medina, my stellar executive assistant, Carla Banks, our director of outreach and marketing, James Schulke, Dr. Luis Gonzalez, and Dr. Keller Magano, who have all been pivotal in helping to plan, including the town hall. I want to reinforce the message that I think has been expressed by several of the panelists, and that's the thing we're trying to get across is that all of this planning is critical to get our students to be able to continue their education. And the comments you've heard from the community about the absence of classes at Oxnard College is not entirely extraneous to this conversation about bringing our students back on campus. There's a connection there, but we're also assuring everybody that if conditions are not safe by the time the fall semester begins, we have no intention to have anybody be put in an unsafe working condition. And last of all, I'd just like to open the floor to any questions you might have.
Well, thank you very much, Oxnard College. Trustees, any questions?
Chair.
Trustee Perez.
Yes, I have a clarifying question on slide 19. the first bullet under, I guess it was intermediate phase, mentioned vaccines. And I don't know if I may have misheard, but will vaccinations be provided on campus in some way, shape, or form?
That's what Vice President Renbarger was speaking about. And we just learned that today. Chris, do you have any more details on it? You are on mute.
Better?
Yes.
Our partnership with County OES has allowed for testing 7 days a week, and they've scaled that back to 5 days a week. So now, starting this week, they have started vaccinations on Mondays. And in speaking with our liaison with County OES, they're looking to increase that hopefully over the course of the next few weeks. And I believe that the County Public Health is reaching out through Chancellor Gillespie to hopefully establish a location at all of the colleges.
Correct. And a follow-up question, Chancellor, please. Will those vaccinations be available to the public or just to the campus community?
That's to the public.
Great. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Trustees? I have not hearing any. I had a couple.
I'll go after you. I just couldn't get my mute. I muted it. Go ahead.
No, please go.
I notes that I wrote to myself, and I know there's there's a ton of need, but sometimes, we can do some permanent solutions that are also really good for safety. And I was thinking about a lot of businesses are putting in touch-free, we have touch-free bathroom sinks and things like that, but touch-free light switches, which will also help, down the road in our sustainability quest. And there's even touch-free thermostats and that kind of thing. Are we looking at anything like that? Just so there's less things that have to be touched and therefore less things that have to be cleaned.
Most of our lighting is already connected to motion sensors, so that if there's no one in the room, it's off. When people go in the room, it turns on. And the environmental controls are done remotely. It's not usually adjusted on a room-by-room basis. So that's done from a centralized computerized system.
Great. And doorknobs, there's kind of no getting around that because we want to be able to lock the door, so we got to have doorknobs.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. I had a question just for clarification. First question is, we heard from the Academic Senate, there was a big relief in regards to a July 31st deadline. Chancellor Gillespie, can you expand on that a little bit, please? Oh, you're muted there, Chancellor.
Yes. So we have, classes start August 19th, but really we'll be having employees come back sooner. And we also have the Flex Week activities occurring the week before that. So we wanted to have that deadline so that people that are starting to come back in August know that things are going to be safe there. And it also provides the opportunity for faculty to look at classrooms and to be shown what adjustments, changes are made so that everything's operating safely.
Okay, and then earlier we heard that there was a 50% being back in the classroom, but is part of that 50% mean that if a professor teaches one course out of, let's say it's a Monday, Wednesday, Friday schedule, if they teach one of those courses, does that count towards the 50% if just one of the days?
Yeah, correct. And the 50%, was a goal, but the intent is for at least 50% of the classes to have an online component. So there's going to be some disciplines that have a lot more than that: dental hygiene, nursing, Mike's area, the fire academy, and so on. And others may have less, but the intent is to have at least half of all the classes being offered with an online component. And that may be meeting just one time a week and the rest being online, or bringing in parts of a class at a time, depending on the room configurations we have.
I think you mean with an in-person component, Chancellor.
Correct. Yeah, in person. Sorry. Yeah.
Okay. And then is the biggest challenge to having a schedule eventually going back even higher than 50%? Is it the 6 feet requirement? So for example, if your classroom built for a capacity of 42 and you cut that in half that we read in the report, so it goes down to, let's say 20, is that the biggest challenge, is the facility challenges that we have? Or is it the personnel issue of if that would require 2 professors to teach that course, or is it a hybrid of both?
The biggest challenge is the facility side right now, just meeting the current recommendations. It's positive that on the K through 6 side, the guidelines have changed to a 3-foot social distancing. That hasn't changed for higher ed yet. We're hoping by fall that it does. That'll actually make it easier to reach that 50% goal, because if we have to operate under the current restrictions, I think it's going to be challenging to be at that 50%. I know from the colleges, realistically, you know, the more restrictive it is, the fewer in-person classes we can have. But if some of those restrictions ease up, then we'll be able to get to that 50% much easier. And again, we want to plan for as much as we can right now, knowing that, you know, we'll convert back to remote if need be, and then we can always move back to in-person later in the semester when conditions improve.
And does that July 31st sort of deadline for the details of safety connect to all 3 colleges?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a district-wide approach there. And the details of the safety are out. I mean, we know what we have to do. It's just by July 31st, it's knowing what spaces meet those details. And those are the ones we can use. And that'll indicate the level of in-person instruction and work that's occurring.
Okay, great. And in last question, sorry, in the report itself, there was a reference to being outside. Will faculty have the option of taking their courses outside? Let's see, yeah, it's in the intermediate phase. Consider use of non-classroom space, including regular use of outdoor space. So will faculty have the option to take their course out or take their students outside?
So that's up to the colleges. So I need the colleges to respond to that one, because
the answer is yes for Oxnard College. I don't know if the logistics are going to be such that there's too much demand for outside, but I kind of doubt it. I think it'll be all accommodatable.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Chancellor, I'd like to ask a question that I think I know the answer to, but it would be great to confirm. First of all, I'd like to applaud the Condors for their planning and expertise and all that's gone into this. I know that there's a general plan that the district has, and my assumption would be that each of the 3 colleges, including the East Campus facility, all have plans which have been adapted to their unique circumstances, because the physical plants are different. So we can be confident, yes or no, that what we've seen tonight is being replicated in its own way elsewhere in the district.
Yeah, the answer to that is yes. And I wish we had time to just have each of the colleges do a presentation, because all 3 of them could have done one like this, as well as the East Campus and what we're doing at the district office. But we just picked Oxnard to kind of show and lead the example there with the information tonight.
Chair.
Trustee Torres.
I just wanted to also just acknowledge all of the hard work and the efforts of coming together. I know how difficult it is, the amount of hours that it takes to really look at every single detail, every little single space, all the operational, the spacing, the screening, the training, who's going to do the training. There is so many components to it as you're making decisions, and you're spending countless hours to ensure the safety of everybody on that campus and the decisions of who will be the screener. I mean, there's everything. It takes so much time. So I just wanted to really commend everybody as you're working on these plans and taking into consideration all of the different consistent moving pieces that come your way every single day. And it's a lot of work, and it takes the effort of the entire community and the collaboration of so many. So I really want to thank you for everything that you do, and for being such a college that really brings in everybody into the decision-making process to ensure that you're presenting forward a plan that really has the input of everyone. It's great to hear you, Lorena, to be able to speak and let us know from the perspective of the students. What are the students feeling? What do the students need? Because as we're here to serve our students, I think for everyone, it makes everyone feel much more comfortable, also at ease, and knowing that they're presenting forward a program that is taking into consideration safety, as well as what their students are asking. So I just wanted to acknowledge all of the hard work, because in addition to having to do just your regular duties, this in itself takes so much time. And I wanted you to know that I completely understand what you're doing on a daily basis all the time. So thank you for all of your committed effort, and any supports that you need from us, please let us know. And so I know it would be nice at some point maybe just to know how it's looking for some of the other colleges, because the plans are different. So I know for Oxnard College, this is how it looks, and it's great to later be able to hear from Ventura, also the East Campus, how does that look like, as well as for Moore Park. I also wanted to commend you for stepping up and Oxnard College responding to the needs of our community, to being a testing site, and now being a site that will be a site where vaccines are going to be provided. It really speaks volumes of our college with such great pride. So thank you for your coordination and your leadership in working alongside with all of our community partners, and in allowing the facilities and the organization to this come along. And so please, on behalf of the board, thank all of your staff, the ones that are not present here, because I know you're here representing as leadership, but I know when you go to your campus, it's a committed effort of all of your classified and all of your certificated, your administration coming together to put this forward. So please, on behalf of the board, thank them and let them know that their work does not go unnoticed, and that you're here to represent them. And so thank you very much for everything that you're doing.
Really appreciate those words.
Hey, thank you for that. All right, we are at, thank you, Oxnard College. Thank you, Chancellor Gillespie.
Chair, I'm sorry.
Oh,
Chair, I'm sorry.
Trustee Perez.
A follow-up question on the vaccinations. Do we know which ones will be available? And then another important point I think I need to share. Given the complexities and all the moving parts that have to be accomplished to meet the July 31st date, I don't want to, I'm glad you've set an ambitious goal, but having prior experience in the development project management field, you want to, it might be wiser to call that out as a target date, because you never know what may cause along the line the date to slip a little bit. I hope that, and I trust that won't happen, but I just want to make sure everybody realizes, as Trustee Torres mentioned, the complexity of the task at hand. So I commend you for that ambitious goal, and there was also I thought I heard a competing message. The students very definitely want to come back to campus, but on one of the slides it said less than 10% of the non-CTE faculty at this point in time, and I understand that was a snapshot, are interested in coming back to campus. And I'm sure it was a qualifying response, but to me, I thought that's an important bit of information.
Well, we appreciate the board support. There's no pleasing everybody in this instance, because we're balancing, on the one hand, the overriding concern for the safety of our students and our employees. On the other hand, we know what the stakes are for students if the school continues to be mostly closed or limited to online courses. They lose big time.
Okay, thank you for those final comments. We are going.
Chair,
I'm sorry.
I just wanted to ask the students, while we had our student trustee and the student body government president, How are the students, do they feel pretty good about getting a vaccine once they become available? Is there a general acceptance of the vaccine with students?
I mean, I'm hearing, you know, both sides, not wanting to get it or still kind of, you know, wondering what the effects would be. And I have students who already got it, you know, and would like to know if other students could have it, you know. So again, like President Sanchez said, we're not going to please everyone, right? But what is the majority of students saying, you know? So yeah, that's what I have.
Is it on your survey that you said you're doing? Are you
We're gonna add that to the survey as well, along with the cameras on and, you know, some other stuff. So yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, this is why it's important that we wanted to make sure that we were able to supply some kind of survey that we can send to our students, because we do want to make sure that our data is the same as to what we're saying students are saying, you know, because it's very important that our students are being heard. And you know, these questions that was a great question. You know, there's students that are wanting the vaccine and would also like other students in class to get the vaccine with them. There's some students that are still concerned about, you know, a vaccine period. So that's why it's very critical that we got together and we're doing the survey, because we want to be able to provide to you guys a more clarification and accurate data that could continue on to a good, you know, transferring back onto campus.
Right. And we want our students to believe what we're saying, that this is your guys' information. We're asking you this. We're not just saying this and they question, well, where do you get the data from if we're not being asked? So this is why the students are doing this.
Yeah, and that's the reason we're also glad to be having the colleges serve as vaccination sites, because that'll help with the students getting the vaccine, because we'll reach out to the students. They all know where our colleges are, and hopefully that'll be an extra incentive for them as well.
And the students who have gotten the vaccine, I haven't heard anyone who had any side effects or any of that sort. So even having them share that, have other students more, you know, calm, not worried.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Lot to take in, but I'm glad we did. Okay, it is 8:11, so maybe we can come back at a nice odd number of 8:17. How's that sound? Yeah, sound good?
That's fabulous, Josh. 8:17.
8:17
sounds odd, but we'll do it.
All right. Well. Okay. All right, we are back at 8:18. All right, perfect. So we are transitioning, shifting from one gear of reopening to district study session, 6.01 on district reserves discussion. Chancellor Gillespie.
Yes, thank you. So, these items have been carried forward for a bit, and they were all part of the agenda earlier in the month. So we're glad to have them brought forward now. I will mention that for all the 4 items under this section, it's important for us to realize that we have a different financial situation for the district and our 3 colleges moving ahead than we did even a month ago. I mean, even 2 weeks ago, because with this third stimulus package, we have a little over $50 million federal money coming into the district. You add that to the earlier stimulus dollars, and we have over $70 million coming into the district. And each of the colleges are going to have, nearly 50% of their operating budget in one-time dollars in addition to their regular budget. And they'll have that to use here over the next 2 years. Fortunately, we have until September of 23 to spend that. So that really frames a lot of our budget discussion and reality of where things are at. Now, about half that amount will be used directly to support students. The other half will be used to support reopening and really helping us meet not only immediate needs, but to really plan for how do we transition over the next year or two to what will be the new normal of having perhaps more online, having some more online student service support and so on. So I know we had discussions around community members from Oxnard about the importance of increasing resources there. And I think the good thing is we're increasing the resources at across the district, Oxnard College, Moore Park, Ventura, which is a good thing because all of them need support to really bring students back that we've lost from the pandemic and to help our students access higher education. I know that these agenda items, do deal with the budget allocation, funding models, the reserves, and within the context of all this additional money coming in, I think the discussion's good, but I know recommending significant changes is not a part of recommendation from the district administration at this point in time, just because we're really going to be focused on the thoughtful planning and implementation of using this, over $70 million here for the greatest benefit that we can have for our students and our colleges. And we're really fortunate to be in the position of getting that money coming in. So with that, I'll kind of turn it over to Dave around the discussion on reserves.
Thank you, Chancellor. I'm going to share my screen in a second, but before I forget, 5.02 I think was skipped, the board member absent. So I'll do my presentation probably. I don't know whether that's an action item or not, but if that needs to be looked at.
We're all here, so we don't need to do it.
Okay. Let's see. Sorry for all this. I had everything set up and I have too many things open. Okay, can you see my screen there? On the comparative district reserve analysis?
Yes.
Oh, and I know you have it in your handout, but I just wanted to, for context, give you some information so that you can have a data-informed discussion on reserves. And, you know, it was included in your document, but I just wanted to go over a few things. So one, I had our fiscal team, our budget officer, look at all of the 311 reports from the most recent year, well, from 1920. And the reason we looked at 1920 is because that was the year that the independent audits were also available. So I had him put all these numbers together for the 22 multi-college districts. We didn't look at the single college districts. It's hard enough managing our own budget, much less looking at everybody else's to understand all the nuance in theirs. But I would just wanted to provide you with information so that you better understood where we sit in terms of reserves. Because there's been a lot of discussion about reserves from this board and at CCLC conferences and so on. So on the left two columns, I named the districts by number. So, you know, you might, I'm going to mention a few of them, but I wanted to point out these two left columns are off of the 311 report from the 1920. Hang on one second. Well, I probably have the wrong darn one up. Just one second. Well, so on the 311 report, which, as you know, you've heard me say, for us, and we report in writing and so on, it includes our Fund 111 and Fund 113 and Fund 114. So for VCCD, it's 43.7% of reserves that shows up on the 311 report. And so we're ranked basically the fourth top if you look at that metric. Now, when you look at our overall reserve across all funds, that's unrestricted money, not counting bond proceeds, we're actually right smack dab in the middle. There's 11 above us and 12 below us, or 11 above us and 12 below us. And we're at 79%. I'm going to share a little bit of detail about that. So, and I would comment also that, so Fund 113 and 114, this district made a choice in March of 2012, and it was approved by the board and to be implemented in 13. So we made a choice long before I arrived to, instead of transferring funds into like a capital projects fund, to create Fund 113 to serve a similar purpose. And because Fund 113 is a one fund, it gets reported on the 311 report. So most districts don't have a Fund 113, for instance, and so they don't get reported on the 311 report. But in our case, it does. So I just want to make the one point. If, for instance, we had Fund 113 and 114, if we had them in a four fund, which would be a capital projects fund, for instance, just as an example, our percentage, hang on one second. I have too many pieces of paper. We would actually, in this left unrestricted reserve column, we would be number 10, ranked number 10 at 23.28%, if we did it that way. So I'm not suggesting we do that, but you've heard me say, you can put money into an OPEB trust, a STIRS trust, or if we removed 111 and actually move money into Fund 4, and I'm not suggesting that, I'm just sharing information with you, that all of a sudden the 311 report would show a lower percent and would be smack dab in the middle. Now, on the percent of the total reserve, which I think is an important thing for you to consider and think about. So we're at 79%. So for instance, one of our, we have about $26 million in our OPEB trust, our irrevocable trust fund for retiree benefits. Our liability is about 180 million. So we have 26 million, let's say. Last I looked at the report, I think, but we have one of the highest liabilities in the state. Now, for instance, district number 9, I'm going to mention. So district number 9, this is Los Rios, by the way, which I know comes up in conversation sometimes. So Los Rios, their reserve on their 311 report for that year, and they're pretty consistent from year to year, all of them, has a 20.75% report. And as I mentioned earlier, ours would be closer to that number if we didn't have 111 or 113 and 114. So for district number 9, Los Rios, they have 101.2% across the board. They have money in their STRS. They have a STRS fund, which is much greater than our 1 million, which we have in designated in 111. But they also, in their OPEB account, for instance, they have a liability of 117 million, but they have $133 million in that fund. So it's just to compare apples to apples to the greatest degree we can without knowing all of the nuances among the different districts and how they do things. I would point out on district number 1, which is a basic aid district, you probably know who it is just by the numbers, but district number 1, their 311 report shows 36.16%. And if you give me a second, so that's 157, excuse me, I'm sorry, that's it's $55 million, which is what that 36% is. But their total reserves across the board are $655 million. And one of the reasons for it is they have about $350 million in a special capital outlay fund for special projects because it's a basic aid district, and that district will never go out for a bond because the residents of that district, because they get so much money from tax dollars in the first place, there's no way they're going to approve a bond. So all these districts are different and unique. I wanted to point out Los Rios just because, we talk about it sometimes. And I want you to think about across the board, we're smack dab in the middle of reserves. And so I think that I wanted to just kind of set the context for the discussion about reserves. Now, I don't know if you want to go through each of the BPs and or APs. I know you've had a chance to read them, and I think this is the second or third time this has come back, but I'm happy to answer any questions you have about this document. And I also can share my screen and look at the BPs and APs if you'd like.
Chair?
Please.
I know you're the chair and you're supposed to maintain some bit of objectivity, except this is your issue that you've wanted to discuss for a long time. And I thought maybe if you wanted to kind of start with what you were hoping to accomplish. I know that you've talked about, how much is too much and all of that. And I just think in fairness that you've waited so long, just because you have to be chair doesn't mean that you shouldn't be able to start this discussion.
I appreciate that. Okay, well, thanks. I'll take you up on that. And please, trustees, feel free to jump in. In the history there, or in the verbiage on 6.01, one of the things it said, let's see, AP 6200 called for the district's unrestricted fund balance to be no less than 5% with targeted reserves to be 7 to 15%. So it sounds like our district used to have language that referenced sort of a window between 7 and 15%. But then it sounds like somewhere along the line, 113 and 114 came into play. So yeah, to circle back to what Vice Chair McKay mentioned is I have a hard time with just an open-ended reserve and not some parameters or guardrails in place for that. And I know there's always unique situations. We're seeing that now with the pandemic and this huge influx of dollars. and I know we hear about the liabilities we have and then the capital outlay, and I still have a hard time understanding some of the differences and the nuances of the differences between 113 infrastructure model and the capital outlay project. I know one is restricted and one is not, but I'm just curious to hear the district's response. So here, I'll try and reframe my thoughts into a question is, can we get to a place, or maybe it's a better question for the board and then to get district input on it. Should we and can we get to a place that we have a targeted reserve percentage moving forward? And because as one trustee, I am a little uncomfortable with such a high reserve of 43.70%. And I understand we have a liability, but we also have a model of pay as you go with our, for example, our lifetime health benefits and such. So that's sort of my thought process on that. And then one other comment that I've been thinking about this a lot is we do currently have a 2/3 majority to pull resources out of reserve at the board level. I would pose the question, would it be a feasible option to also do a 2/3 majority for dollars to go into the reserves? And I say that through the lens of the 113. So as dollars are coming in and there's flexibility there, I wonder if there's a benefit for a 2/3 majority, or for at least an approval process of those dollars going into 113. Just an added layer of accountability. So those are sort of my thoughts and questions to maybe start the conversation, but yeah, that's it.
Chair, as far as 113, I've always liked the idea of, if a college is saving for something and therefore, setting aside $113, that they're not going to have to worry about us, except in the most extreme, exigency being the only thing that we would come in and sweep that money for anything. But it'd be nice to know what they were saving for. And, this year has just been so strange to live through because, everything that I never thought would happen did. I never thought it would be worse, economic times, but then it didn't turn out to be so bad because the top tier of income earners didn't get affected by the recession. And so taxes didn't come in lower like California expected. And there's been what appears to be largesse from the federal government to really support our students. And so I think, my lens has changed a bit. I don't know, we can always depend on, money from the federal government to bail us out. I have to wonder, had it just been a gigantic earthquake and it only been California that had suffered, catastrophic damage, would we have received as much, or would we be on our own? So I try to think about all of that as I look at the funds. I guess my fund 113, I don't like it that it's included in the 43%, just because I think the colleges got that money. They made a conscious choice to not spend it and save it for something. So I see it as a college savings account, not part of the district's reserves. It's just how my mind sees it. So I don't see 43%, I see 23%, which just isn't as big a number. So it's not as hard for me to deal with that, since I think in my world, from talking to various CBOs around the state, 20% is kind of the number for multi-college districts that they all kind of land on when I poke at them during panel discussions and things like that, for what is a really good, safe number. 20% seems to be, around 20% seems to be a good number. For around there, I'm comfortable. But then, I also think the infrastructure funding model, we put that in place when we were really afraid there was going to be nothing else, no way to fund technology and things like that. Well, now we have a lot of dollars to fund technology. So, maybe those $114 would be better. We've always said we could suspend 114 if we had needed to for a couple of years and put those dollars elsewhere. So I think there's some flexibility there. So the answers to your questions are, it's, I look at the more around the 23% number and I can live with that. I don't want to discourage colleges from saving towards something, as long as it's something that's realistic, that it's actually going to happen, and it's not just a pie in the sky thing. It's something that within 3 to 4 years, it's actually going to happen. I mean, our job is to serve the students that we have now, make sure the college is around for, students in the future. It's always a balancing act that we have to do as trustees, is to serve the students now and make sure we haven't done any damage, so that the colleges still are great for our grandchildren and generations to come. So I think in that balancing act, it's that Fund 113 that we may just have to tweak how it's reported for us to feel okay about it. But that's just my initial thoughts in the conversation.
If I may just add a point of clarification, I apologize. Thank you, Chair. 113 for us was specifically set up to deal with, now the phrase is going to escape me. I know Trustee McKay will know, an accreditation visit and total cost of ownership.
Cost of ownership, and it was particularly Oxnard College, with absolute respect for all the speakers tonight. I mean, Oxnard College got a its full share of the bond, and it was to the detriment of the Conejo Valley not getting their center, to the east, to the Santa Paula residents not getting their center. It was all because they decided to divide the bond pool between the 3 colleges, and Oxnard got built to a beautiful campus. And the first thing that happened is the accreditors came and said, you don't have any way, the cost of ownership for these buildings, we don't see it, we don't see how you can sustain them. So we had to put that infrastructure funding model in place so that we didn't end up with a structural liability from unfunded maintenance that was just such a gigantic number. So that's the history lesson. I know you love those.
We do. But you touched on one topic, and that is this influx of COVID dollars. And Chancellor Gillespie, thank you for putting some numbers to that. As it nears around $70 million, I would imagine it's going to have an impact on our infrastructure model, the 113, right? So if we earmarked dollars initially for technology refresh, library furniture, whatever it is for our 3 colleges to do the work that they need to do under the lens of 113, if this is going to relieve some of the pressure from that for, a 2-year period or more, maybe, with this influx of dollars, what does that do with the general fund ongoing dollars that are, originally came into 113, and now we see them as one-time dollars? So those are some questions I have, currently. So.
Yeah, and with that, and I'll have, I know Dave probably want to reply, and maybe the colleges as well, but the 113 funds comes just out of areas that wouldn't be impacted by these one-time federal dollars. So the model's based upon other factors than that. Now the colleges use the 113 to be funding for some of their capital project needs. I know Moore Park College is looking at the renovation of their student center. Oxnard and Ventura each have items they're saving for as well. So I'd leave it to kind of Dave and the colleges to talk about the impact of money not going into the 113 and what that does towards their longer term capital projects that they're planning to do, because it could have an impact on those.
Well, I'll address it a little bit differently, but you're right. So these are federal dollars. I'm not going to say exactly half is for students, but there's an awful lot of money for student grants. If you count Greg, the Chancellor mentioned the last 2, but if there was a first one, right, we had the CARES Act in June of 20, and then 6 months later, there was the CRSSA or CRRSAA, and now there's the American Rescue Act. But a lot of the money goes directly for student grants, and And you know, I don't have all of the compliance issues, but it can't be spent on everything, and there's supplanting issues that have to be addressed and looked at. So I think those dollars, we want to spend them first where we can. We don't want to send those dollars back. We do have a little time, like on the American Recovery Act, there's 2.5 years actually, and then we still have time to spend the others. We're putting some detail together to bring that forward to the board and share that. But I don't think personally they should. We're certainly buying technology, but these are all technology needs that were outside of our normal operations based on COVID. So there certainly are compliance issues that we have to look at, and the feds are going to audit that very closely. And so we have to be careful about how it gets spent and so on.
Does it make sense to have this conversation? It's hard, but in the absence of COVID, let's, go back 14, 15 months before there was COVID, and think of the discussion in terms of, not with all the need that came with it, and not with all the extra dollars that came with it. We were still having this conversation then about reserves. And so maybe in the context, what would we want it to be in a non-COVID situation? What would the cap, the comfortable cap look like? And knowing that how we fund things with 113 and 114, what would the conversation look like then? Is it possible to do it that way so that we can hone in on something?
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. And perhaps a starting place is the language that this district currently, or in the past lived through, which was a 7 to 15%. Now I understand that the 113 and 114 caused that number to be much different, but they're still unrestricted dollars, right? And they were ongoing dollars that eventually ended up into a designated account. So, I mean, I'll end, well, not end, but I'll repeat what I said before is there a district recommendation on a targeted reserve percentage? I think that's the first question, because I think as trustees, I think the ask on the district to have a recommendation is a great starting place. So I'm curious if the district has some thoughts on a starting place of a targeted reserve percentage.
No, we haven't really discussed that through DCAS or cabinet. Around the reserves discussion, from the discussions we have had, is recommending no change, because the current system seems to be working well. The colleges have the 113s to be helping with their maintenance costs, and fortunately we have the other reserves to be used to get us through challenging times. And I think we will be spending some of the reserves down. So there really is no recommendation from the district to set a window or a cap that's new at this point.
Okay, well, that's helpful. So I think it's now very appropriate time to see if there's a consensus on the board to ask the district, or to direct the district, maybe is the better frame of words, to create a starting place of a targeted I want to make sure I have the targeted reserve percentage, So Trustee Torres, I've seen you unmute yourself. So
yeah, the one thing I would add real quick is that, with the data comparing with the other multi-college districts, I think it shows that we're not at all out of line with the current practices we're doing. When you look at the total reserve amount, we're right there in the middle. And it is hard because colleges can put their dollars in different pools or pockets, but that's the best comparison overall in looking at where we compare. And so I think the main issue is what's not working? What's the board concern with this policy that requires the investment in looking at changing it or setting some parameters around how we're managing the reserves, because in looking at that data and our financial audits and other factors, we're managing well. I mean, I wish we actually had a more planful approach on funding our unfunded liabilities more regularly. So, I mean, if we do go down the road of looking at something, I'd be interested in how do we start adding more money into that as well.
So I want to make sure we have an opportunity for the other trustees, but I just want to briefly respond to that, Greg, or Chancellor Gillespie in this context. One of the areas that in board policy and also at the CCLC and in different areas that is clearly lands on the trustee shoulders is sort of providing some oversight on district reserves. And it's hard to do that without the policy. That otherwise it just becomes, it opens up the door, I think, to giving input on operations. So I think we need some strong policy language. And I say that as one trustee to help facilitate our oversight role in regards to reserves. Because the language that I've seen is very clear about the trustee role in that realm. So Trustee Torres and I know Vice Chair McKay, you unmuted yourself as well. And then Trustee Mantooth and Trustee Perez, I'm sure you have, or perhaps you have comments as well.
Yeah, I think as we're looking into the reserves, this is such an important area for us as trustees. And one of the things that, and maybe Trustee McKay will also add to it when she speaks, in the ad hoc committee, the diversity ad hoc committee, we're really looking into our policies with an equity lens. And so when we're talking about anti-racism, looking into systemic barriers that we've been hearing from our students, from our colleges, our community, this is what they're referring to. And so what this means with us taking a look as a board is demonstrating, okay, this has been in place, and this was in place in such a year because this is at the time when it was needed. Now in 2021, and looking at the most recent events and our commitment to social justice, our commitment to equity, to diversity and inclusion, means we're going to look at our policies to ensure that our policies are reflective of the needs of our community. So as we compare right in the middle of other districts, it just lets us know that we're in the middle, but I don't know as a trustee where we stand in terms of looking into our community, our needs. We heard tonight from diverse constituents of the community of Oxnard specifically, from our students, from community members, which I felt really speaks a lot to just an invitation for us as trustees to really look into these areas, because these really come under our jurisdiction as trustees. So we look into, okay, let's look at our reserve. Should we have necessarily a policy and be specific into what our reserve is going to look like? Understand what does happen. So we do have right now $70 million that we've received that's going to go into supporting our students, but having more of that understanding, like 113, and I go back to when I was sitting in the Administrative Services Committee. And at that point, I remember trying to understand, because how do you get this money? So, and maybe Dr. El-Fattal can help clarify a little bit more. But I remember at one point we project how much a college is going to spend on just their operations. And so sometimes, of course, you might need to overestimate just a little bit, because there might be a couple of unexpected costs that you're unaware of. And so you need to make sure you have access to those funds. Now, at that time, I remember that I mentioned our campus is going to be closed. Like, we're not going to reopen. So this budget that's being presented is a budget that's being presented assuming that students are going to be on campus, but now we know that students will not be on campus. So can we make changes, or what happens to the addition, if there is additional funding because we're not using maybe a certain building as much, or where would that money go to? And so at that time, my understanding was that money would go to Fund 113, whatever, to that fund. So it wouldn't go straight to just like the general reserve money that wasn't utilized. but it would go to Fund 113. And I remember at that time, I said, so what can we do? Because this is money that, so it's not tied up in an account, but we can utilize it to other areas that we need. And I remember it was mentioned, okay, that would be policy. So this is the way the board has it, the policy set up. So at that point, if we were going to make a change, it would have to be at the board level. You would have to look at your policy and determine how is it that you're going to work with Fund 113, which I felt was really helpful information. And I remember at that point, we had a board meeting, and I remember Trustee McKay said that at that point we can suspend it or we can discuss it. What do we need to do? And I think at this moment with the reserve, looking at equity, looking into what our students need. So when we talk about systemic barriers, this is it. What's going to come before us tonight, those are the things that as a board, we need to have that lens and look at through that equity lens for ourselves to ensure, is this equitable? Because when all of these things was developed, it is always developed with the best intention, no doubt. There's a lot of work and investment that goes into it, but it's did I look at it equitable? And that's where really we're moving as an entire community college district ourselves, but also statewide. And so when we look at policies, these are our policies. So I just wanted to mention that I agree that we need to look at this, decide on what is going to be a percentage for our reserves. One, because it allows our community to also know that we're discussing this as a board and we've committed to a percentage. And there is that accountability from us as a board, really, when they come and they ask us, and that we've taken really the time to look into this and to study it. And it's hard work. I mean, just with Trustee McKay and I and the ad hoc committee, the reason of looking into a task force is because it's a lot of work to be looking into each one of the policies through that systemic lens and that equity lens to make sure that there isn't anything we're missing, because things happen unintentionally. Someone doesn't go in there and say, wow, I'm going to create a policy that is going to create some systemic, barriers. People don't do that intentionally. But sometimes what happens is because it's worked for a long time, we continue doing that. But what we've heard tonight, and especially for us as board members, we've heard community members share, we need some supports. And so I just wanted to mention that as we move forward and look at the different items, particularly in this one, our reserves, that we have that opportunity to study it a little bit more through that lens and look into a percentage. And what would that percentage be? I don't know, but maybe it's something that can be worthwhile, a study of our community. I just heard our students talk about a student survey they're conducting. And so looking into our community, and our community will be partners with us, and our students will be partners with us into looking what are our needs, and let's find out what would a number look like. And determine what is best for us. And I know for me as a trustee, that would be very helpful to make sure as together we're governing the college, we're governing the district in an equitable way that's representative of our needs. Because at this point, all I know is that I'm right in the middle of other districts, but I have no idea of the demographics. And there's a lot of missing pieces that I don't know from other districts. So just my comments.
Okay, Trustee Mantooth and Trustee Perez.
I think one of the really nice things about humanity, and which can be very frustrating, is that we often see the world differently. I, as you may know, have a very strong background in school finance. It's consumed most of my effort over the last 45 years. And in my previous position, one of the most important roles that a county office would play is the fiscal solvency of its school districts. So even though I'm new to this board, I'm not new to these concepts. And because, as we well know now, how uncertain things can get, it's very dangerous to begin limiting oneself in how much money to set aside for a rainy day. I much rather favor an approach where you would be looking at responsibly spending additional money, but don't ever constrain yourself with a limit on how much you're going to save until we can guarantee that this world will allow us to stay within those parameters. We shouldn't do it. There's a component in the budget allocation model that has not been used, and I asked a question about it in a previous meeting, and that's major initiatives. There may be at least one of the colleges that is ripe for a major initiative, but there are plenty of dollars, which Chancellor Gillespie has referred to, that we can be using for that purpose. And the other thing is, I'm concerned about the staggering unfunded liability amount that this institution carries with regard to retiree health benefits. I come from a place where it was fully funded, and we would not have done it if we didn't fully fund it. There's just too many unknowns. So hopefully that gives you a flavor for how I feel about adequate reserves.
Thank you for those comments. Trustee Perez, do you have any comments?
Yes, Chair, thank you. And I'm glad I followed Trustee Mantooth, because I was going to want to follow him anyway, calling upon his experience that he alluded to. I'll also call upon the experience, and we've heard Trustee McKay mention her conversations as part of the ACES committee for the league, and the workshops that she helps prepare with CBOs, and the percentage that I recall her mentioning was closer to 20 to 25% as a targeted reserve in these current times. Some of that similar conversation, and Greg, you may recall this, has occurred at the advisory committee on legislation also, and taken into account also that our community college system continues to identify as a legislative agenda matter, seeking a guaranteed and equitable base funding, compared with what the other higher ed systems, CSU and UCs, are getting. So, there's already a built-in systemic shortfall as far as our funding goes. And, I kind of look at it in a more simplistic viewpoint. And Chancellor and Vice Chancellor El Fattal, you've heard me ask for a certain exhibit that would be easier for me to see, and I think easier to understand. We have this reserve amount referred to as $79, $80 million. But on the face of it, that is misleading, because when you take out of that large number the encumbered funds that have been set aside prudently and with planning by the colleges, then we do end up with a lesser amount of available unallocated reserves, which when we look at that number, as I recall, we are more in line to a lesser percentage than, it's greater than what you see in the current policy, Chair, to be honest, but I think it's pretty fiscally responsible, again, in these current times. And, what motivates me in this kind of a question is to looking at the total cost of ownership. And when the colleges, in my view, have set aside their future needs to serve the current and future students by funding these, by putting these funds to a future use, then, and we approve the budgets, then the logic has been made that those funds are there for future use. So for us to now look at saying, trying to put a higher standard to approve, as you called for, Chancellor, Chair Chancellor, I think it works better when we require a 4/5 vote to utilize the reserves. And one last point, and thank you, Trustee Mantooth, for calling out that major initiatives unfunded line item, because that caught my eye a couple meetings ago also. And I don't know if this is an apt applicability, but when the Oxnard College was looking at ways to sustain the child care center, and they needed some seed money to get a new operating program underway. Rather than waiting to get grant funding, maybe we could have seeded that effort through this major initiative funds. And then they, of course, then the pandemic hit anyway, but, the Child Development Center, which would have been serving the community most in need, I might add, for that service, could have gotten off the ground a lot sooner. So those are my thoughts, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. A couple comments, and then I know President Hoffman's has some comments as well. What's come up a lot is the unfunded liability for the retiree medical benefits that we offer. Is that 79%, Chancellor Gillespie, does that include and I forget the amount, I want to say 26 million, I may be off, but does that include the 26 million in that trust?
It does. Yes, it does.
It does. Okay. So what's the dollar amount of that 79 million?
I'm sorry, 79 million?
I'm sorry, the 79%. I thought that was sort of our ending fund down.
No. So hang on a second. Let me just make sure you and I are speaking about the same thing.
Okay.
So that 79%. Now this applies to all districts, right? It's from the 311 report plus other funds. The other funds would be retiree benefits fund, self-insurance fund, capital projects fund, the OPEB trust for retiree benefits. So all funds across that are non-bond related. So if there's a bond of $300 million, we don't count that at all. So as I mentioned, Los Rios they have a $117 million liability, but they have $133 million in that fund. We have 180 million or 90 million liability, and we have 26 million in that fund. So they're overfunded, and we're way underfunded, and we're one of the biggest in the states in terms of the liability, even though we have a closed pool now. But we do an actuarial study every year, and that changes over time and so on. But it covers everything. We looked at the independent audits of every district, pulled the numbers that were unrestricted across those areas for that particular year. And also then we reviewed the 311 reports and took the numbers from the 311 reports.
Okay, great. So we received the audit, what do we call it here? The audit report at our last meeting. And on that first page of the management, what do they call it? The special report for Board of Trustees and Management.
Yes.
Has our total fund balances. So is that 79%? Is that the 127 million? Is that what it's referencing?
So yes, except for it's 137 million from the year that we did the analysis. It was from the 1920 year, because that was the year that all of the data was available. Those audit reports weren't available for everybody, so we had to pick a year in arrears.
Okay, that makes sense. So I guess my last question is, it's not a counter to Trustee Mantooth's comment on why would we restrict ourselves, because philosophically, I totally agree to that. I don't think we should restrict ourselves, but, and I'm sorry, Vice Chair McKay, I see your hand, and Dr. Hoffman's as well. But I guess my reflection on that or comment would be is so many districts, both college and of course K-12, or just public institutions, public organizations, they do just that. They do have some guardrails on this. And in an odd way, I think COVID and the huge influx of dollars that we're getting, may play either side of that argument, because as you mentioned, Trustee Mantooth, we may be able to utilize a huge amount of resources that were initially earmarked for the 113 now through COVID dollars. Well, what does that do to our reserve moving forward? And, Yet, is there a need in other areas that we should be, you know, spending these dollars? And I guess, as you know, my question has always been, is how big is too big, you know? And I am clearly under the philosophy that dollars, we need dollars, of course, for our total cost of ownership. And but also coupled with that is the understanding, the philosophy that, you know, dollars not spent can be potentially a missed opportunity for our current students. And when they're gone and they graduate and they get their certificates, could they have had additional dollars for additional opportunity, additional smaller class size, you know, equitable lab rates? I don't know. I mean, there's all sorts of things. Just more opportunity, I think, is an easy, simple way of phrasing it. So I'm a huge fan of parameters, but I just think, because it aligns to that question, is how big is too big. So I'm going to switch gears to another job of mine, is facilitating all this. And Trustee or Vice Chair McKay, and then I promise President Hoffman's, it's all yours. So
mine was quick, and it's a lot towards what you just said, Josh. Is I think that maybe what we might want to look at and ask the district for is, what's the percentage per student that we should spend every year, looking to what you just said, that opportunity for the students we have now. Should we be obligated to spend 70% of our, you know, dollars that we get in that year on those students? And that's the number that I've never, you know, in all the work that I have done, no one's ever come at it from that direction. And maybe because it's just a ridiculous math algorithm that nobody can really look at. And I would probably ask Stan, he might know, but that's what, to me, what the balance is. Our job is to make sure that the colleges have enough to sustain them for generations to come, but that we don't shortchange the students that we have now. That's the constant balancing act that we have. And so maybe rather than constraining how much we can save, we make sure we're spending enough now of our today's dollars on our today's students. So that was my thought. I'm with absolutely no idea what that math story problem looks like, but that would maybe be a way to approach it for us that would provide comfort for what we're doing and with oversight.
No, I like that, today's dollars for today's students. And I can only imagine, and I'm going to make an assumption here, but if I were, you know, a college president hearing this, there's probably some frustration going, we're doing that. And I wholeheartedly believe that and know that. My only frame of reference is in public education, and we hear this a lot of times as trustees, there's always more. There's always more of a need than what resources we have. And as our resources are getting larger and larger on the revenue side, could there be greater opportunity for our students today that we have now? So, all right, I'm gonna stop talking.
Before Dr. Roberts, just we don't lose sight of the fact that we're spending, you know, between 85 and 90% on salaries and so there's very little left. So we know that at least 85 to 90% are being spent on today's students, because that's what it takes to pay our employees. So when I said 70%, I just want to make sure everyone doesn't think it. I actually believe the number's that low. So.
Fair enough. All right. President Hoffman, thank you for your
opinion. Chair, Chancellor. And actually, Trustee McKay, that was one of the things I was going to mention. With 90% of our budget at the colleges, it does make a challenge with extra spending. And when you talk about the 113 and the 114 accounts, the presidents and I have talked, as well as my executive team, and I'm going to use some of my Texas terminology. It makes me quiver in my boots because, you know, those are the funds that we use to enhance our college. When we talk about total cost of ownership, each of our departments and disciplines go through a planning process, and it is an elaborate, very thoughtful planning progress through program review, where they make requests to better their program and to help meet the outcomes of the college, which then build up to and link to the strategic outcomes of the district. So that is how they request funds to improve their programs. So we support the library, we support all of our tech refresh. That's how we keep our computers in our computer labs up to date, our faculty computers up to date, is using those funds. And then for minor facilities, so if we have some of the equipment in the science building that breaks down, but yet it's quite necessary for students and their outcomes, then we need some kind of reserve funds in order to replace that. And even though that would be challenging to tie that directly to students, if you wanted to have a dollar amount per student, I mean, these funds do support students and support the quality of our education. And then our 114 accounts, those are accounts that we raise from not public funds, that we raise from our bookstore rentals, our campus rentals for Civic Center, and then we can use those funds to meet some of our facility needs. And we have very old buildings that are in constant need of repair. So those are some of the things. And then there are things that happen that we need to plan for to have that total cost of ownership. So I would hope that you would consider not including the 113 and 114 accounts. I know that they're called reserve, but we do not view them as reserve. And that money is essential to supporting the success of our college and supporting our students.
Okay, Trustee Torres.
So what would happen before the 113 and 114 existed? Because those are fairly new. I think it's 2012. There was some revisions, but what did they do beforehand? Because those are new.
I swear we were busy cutting programs, the ones that you heard them talk about, the television program, the basketball program. The state literally came in those days, and the apportionment funds, they would tell us how many students they were going to fund instead of however many FTES we got, they gave us money for. They capped it and said, okay, Oxnard College, maybe you had 10,000 students last year. We're going to fund you for 9,500 students. And it was just kind of up to us. It was apportionment money to offer, you can't turn people away technically, but you offer less classes, you use less adjunct faculty, and the state just didn't fund what we had in those days. We had unfunded FTES, and we tried to keep that number at around 500 every year, because we could handle funding 500 that we weren't getting state funding for. But those were the negative number days. So that's why in 2012, we had to come up with ways to recoup money for cost of ownership, because we were coming to the end of our bond and buildings. So we had to figure out how we were going to pay for them, plus the crumbling old buildings. And at the same time, we were, I think the statewide, the numbers were staggering, the amount of students that weren't served, because the way that it was done is you just didn't offer the classes. And it was very similar to what we heard tonight at Oxnard. That was when we had to cut back on basic skills classes at the colleges, because we had to cut to the core of our mission statement and serve them, because the state decided how many students they were going to fund. It wasn't like however many students came, that's what they gave us money for. It was a completely different formula. And so that's why those funds then had to be created to deal with the circumstances we were in 2012, 11, 12, and 13.
That was an accreditation standard also, right?
Yeah.
Trustee McKay?
We got, both Oxnard and Ventura College were put on accreditation warning from an October 2010 visit based on cost of lack of having the ability to fund the ownership of the buildings that they had.
Could there be the possibility then, because, and thank you for providing that history, because it makes sense why it was established. Could it be a possibility, because we're in different times now, particularly we're in a pandemic, and as a result of the pandemic and we have these funds, to just do a suspension for the time being and not necessarily eliminate it. We're not eliminating it, but just because we're different times. And the reason I say that is because I also want to look into the possibility of those bonds money. And going to the CCLC conferences, I remember I went to a couple of workshops and I was able to listen the organizational piece and how much they work together, the community, the college community, as well as the outside community students coming together to really get these bonds money to be able to have this for the colleges. And I think that that's one of the efforts, because I also, one of the concerns I have is I don't want us to just be relying on 113, because we need to go and do the ask. And I know going to the CCLC, that was really instrumental for me to be able to see how it was done and how it was delivered. It's a lot of work, but it's a team effort, and the community responded. I know the community supports their community colleges. Community college is very different from the UC and CSU system. It's very loved. The community college is very much loved. And so I'm also looking into, my concern is I don't want to have 113 become just the only fund where we're going to look into things, when we can also go and looking into into bonds. But for the time being, I know the bonds can be another, but I know, actually, I was going to say for another time, but I know that Trustee Chancellor has brought it up before, actually, the bond, how would that would look like, and moving forward, before we had all these 70 million that's coming. But because we have this 70 million that's coming to our colleges, and would that be a possibility as we continue? I mean, not eliminate it, so not making the decision to eliminate 113, but to suspend it. So the account is still there, and then we can have it continue funding come in. And I think it allows us also to continue having this conversation and doing more studying into it. Looking into when we were talking about these systemic barriers. So we're not eliminating 113. So we're not saying, and I wouldn't advocate for it because we haven't studied it. But we could do a suspension as we study, because we have the revenue. So the concern would be, if we didn't have the 70 million, it wouldn't be responsible to suspend it. But because we have this money and we know it's coming, it's already here. Those $70 million that has come to us to support our students, then it would make sense to be able to just say, okay, we have the funding. We're going to study more this infrastructure, these two funds. And we're going to suspend it for this year, that we're going to be studying more, because we know that there's funding that's coming to our students, to our colleges, to really meet their needs. This funding is going to take care of COVID money, takes care of whatever it is we need. If we need to buy supplies, whatever it is, that the money that's coming to us, and the colleges determine what those needs are. But a suspension to me feels like a good compromise. So what I'm hearing from the board is there's some of us that are really advocating that we should have it. Other ones would like to study it a little bit more, have more information. So to me, a nice compromise for together as a board would be a suspension is just a 1-year suspension. And we study a little bit further and determine if this is something that we can still utilize as we move forward. It was done at that time in 2012 because of the budget needs. And you needed to have something because you didn't have anything for accreditation. But I think we can support it with accreditation and say this is a study due to the current state. We want to make sure we have something that's equitable. We have the funding, the 70 million that's coming our way, so we're not being neglectful. Our students and our colleges will have what they need in order to be able to provide the instructional and the support services that our students need. We're in collaboration with our different community partners to be able to provide the food security that our students need. And at this moment, the decision was made for just a 1-year suspension to make sure we study this a little bit further, to make sure it was something that was equitable, and we're not suspending. And I think something like that could be defendable and could be understood by the accreditation. The accreditation is very understanding. The accreditation looks at really our deliberation process. That's really what accreditation is looking with the intent. And our meetings are recorded. So this is something they can view, and a suspension, I believe, and just really delivering the message the way I explained really shows the board coming together at a compromise, not agreement, but a compromise. So just a recommendation.
Okay, Chancellor Gillespie.
You're muted, Greg.
Yeah, I'm being like Stan was the other night. Yeah, Stan, I didn't want you to feel bad for being the only one. So, but anyway, I want to go back to comments that I shared at the beginning of this section of items, and that is you know, we're fortunate to have these one-time dollars coming in, over 70 million. And we have a lot that we're needing to focus on and do right now. You heard about the reopening plan and all that takes. And, you know, I think I'm probably speaking for Dave, for the college presidents, for their teams at the colleges that include classified staff, faculty, everybody, that we really have a challenge ahead of us and our hands full just doing the work to get towards a phased in reopening and getting us back to normal over the next 6 to 18 months. And we have our hands full looking at how do we use this influx of the federal dollars in the most opportune way to support our students and our colleges for the immediate needs, as I mentioned, looking out towards what our new normal will be. And to ask for, you know, staff right now to come up with a recommendation around reserves or to adjust our allocation model or don't put any into 1.3 this year, it's not the time for us to do that. I have so many variables, and we all have so many variables we're working with that we want to use the money well. We'll be bringing to the board in April and May how we're planning to use this 70 million, but it'd be very difficult for us to come up with policy changes or recommendations or adjustments to the budget formula outside of what's come through DCAS at this time. So I just want to share that perspective. These are all really good comments you're sharing, really good thoughts and ideas. And I think further discussion, you know, will be helpful. It's just, as I look at trying to balance all we have to deal with right now, that's a challenge to fit in with everything and come up with something that's going to serve us well.
Chair Chancellor, I'm going to say it a little bit different way, and that is, I don't think the reserve discussion is the urgent discussion that we need right now. What's urgent is what Dr. Gillespie's talking about, is $70 million to be spent within 2 years to do the most good that we possibly can in a variety of ways. That's the immediate challenge. That's the immediate work that we need to be focusing on because it's right in front of us. I think we can defer major decisions about reserves until we've addressed some of these things that are taking up our staff and leadership's time every single day.
Chair? Thank you for those comments. Yeah, Vice Chair McKay.
I'm going to collide my two worlds here because I'm actually working on, as a project for the league, a slideshow. So this is a work in progress, but there was a slide, and it is text that's approved by CCLC, and it's understanding the difference between policy and implementation. And this is very, germane to what we're doing right here. Is it talks about the Board of Trustees establish a policy to reduce the gap. Our policy may be, we want to make sure that the right amount is being spent on with today's dollars for today's students, however many dollars there may be. After that, it's for us to then start directing, suspending funds, moving money here, changing the allocation model. That's where, at least according to this text from the CCLC, is when we overstep our policy bounds. That it is really up to, we tell the CEO, we really want to make sure that our today's students are being taken care of with the extraordinary circumstances that we have, and also the, you know, the money that we're being given to take care of them. And it's really up to our CEO and their staff to decide how that's done. And I think what the academic senate presidents and classified presidents and everyone asked us to do was trust them that they've ran that allocation model through, and that includes how money flows to 113 and 114, that it's been put through the paces of the participatory governance process. And I think to step over it without even being able to say what we want the money, you know, that we think there's something wrong with how things are being done is exactly what this slide is telling us not to do. So I'm sharing this with my colleagues. I know this is a public meeting. I'll have to deal with the league if they smack me around for sharing a work in progress, but that's what this is. But it speaks very specifically to where the line gets drawn in this discussion.
Chair.
Trustee Torres.
Then I need a little bit more direction, and it doesn't have to happen at this moment, but because this is something that is reserved and it becomes at the board level, at what point, I'm trying just to understand, do I have an input also in terms of saying, and I say this because my understanding was that since this was a board policy, the board can decide if they want to do a suspension, if the board doesn't want the funding to go to 113. And so it's more of, for me, it's not necessarily into funds. It's just something that I believed was under the jurisdiction of the board because it was the actual funds before they're actually into the college. And so my understanding is once the money goes into the college, of course, the college president, along with their team of participatory governance, they decide how it's going to be. We look at just the outcomes. So we're asking for outcomes and how they choose to spend the money, that's up to their decision. And we're just looking to make sure students are being successful. But my understanding and the reason we're having this conversation, otherwise I wouldn't have been having it, is because the reserves and what's tied to the reserves falls under us. So Fund 113 and 114 is in the reserves. So therefore, I feel that these are the ones we're talking. When I look at categorical programs, I'm thinking of EOPS, I'm thinking of CARES, I'm thinking of specific programs. And that's when I believe when the board is getting into those specific funding, and I need more clarity on this, because when I read categorical programs, I'm thinking categorical as the programs that fund specific programs at the colleges, but this is a discussion on the reserves that it's not categorical, it's money that is within the reserves, and we're having a discussion within funds within the reserves. So I see categorical funding that on this slide, which I completely agree. We don't determine how EOPS, how CARES, how veterans, all of those other programs from the colleges are going to utilize their funds. But this is very different from what's on the slide, the way I interpret it. I interpret it as us talking about the reserve and funds within the reserve, which is, so for me, this conversation is very appropriate, the way I see it at the board level, because it's regarding our reserves and not necessarily the categorical programs. So I do want to have, this is important to me. I know I've been waiting also for this for a year to be talking about Fund 113 before the pandemic. So I just want to mention that there's always.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but is it 114 is the one that we've talked about suspending? I don't think we've ever talked about suspending 113. So
I think 113 has been the one.
Yes.
Really?
Discussed suspending.
Okay. Anyway, you can take the slide down. It's an overshare as it is. So let's not leave it up there any longer.
So I just wanted to also mention that there's always going to be challenges. It doesn't matter what occurs. Right now it's a pandemic, but we'll always face different challenges. I can say for myself, working in education, we continue doing the work. So we have, once the reopening plan is set in place, you have everything in your district, you have your staff who's running it. In terms of the leadership, and you're able to do the work. It's at least for myself, what I've experienced. And so I'm just sharing for me. I know that there's always challenges. We will always have them, but when we're doing this work of equity and social justice, we move along with it. And and I know for a board, as a board, I'm letting the board know. For us, it's a decision. I know there's a lot, but there will always be something. And for those board members that have been here for a long time, I'm sure your challenges have been different. This year is the pandemic, but I'm sure if I ask you to look back to every single accreditation was a big challenge. I mean, just from some of the historical perspective, there has always been something you have had to address. But at this moment in social justice, equity, that our students are coming to us, that we've made a commitment, I think this is when we say, okay, let's do this. And how can we support the work to move forward? But I know for us as a board, we need to make that commitment. There will always be something, and everybody on this board has sit in leadership positions in their business. You know, there will always be something, but then you look at your priorities. And I think when we're talking about social justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion, we can't stop. So the reserves for us as a board, this is it. Reserves and policy, the budget and policy, this is us. This is.
I'm sorry, I guess I don't understand what we're asking to do.
It's just, and it's maybe consider, I don't know, I'm just I thought we were having the conversation Josh mentioned about looking, and I mentioned about a suspension, if that's a possibility, till we study this a little bit further. And then Josh was talking about having a specific amount, perhaps. I don't know if it's still on the table, Josh, or if based on dialogue, you no longer want to have that.
So, I've been thinking this through after listening, and that's the whole point of these meetings, right? All these different voices. And, one of the reasons that going 2 years back when I started my role as a trustee, looking at this district for the first time, the adopted budgets year after year for like a 10-year period, one thing I noticed, one trend is the ending fund balance, or in other words, the reserve has astronomically grown, right? And I understand that there are unfunded liabilities. I understand that there's needs, but a big part of that growth has been within 113, but is the ending fund balance. So just looking at that trend line really caused me to go, where are we going to be in 5 years? And I think that's a fair question to ask as a trustee, or maybe 3 years in a 3-year projection. Where are we going in 3 years with our reserves, right? I mean, is it going to double, right? And if it is, what opportunities are we not providing students if that's the case? And I'm not saying it is, but I'd be curious. And maybe that's a place where all trustees we can get around, is to get some clarification, some vision and alignment to our strategic goals of our ending fund balance or reserve, and just to know what you're planning for, what you're projecting that ending fund balance to be in 3 years. And I know COVID has thrown everything off with but maybe we can put those dollars aside and just look at our ending fund balance of unrestricted dollars. I think that's a fair ask. I'm also, I know we've spent a lot of time on this. I think we'll save some time later in the meeting on the infrastructure item that's also included in our agenda. But I'd be curious to see if a 3-year projection of our ending fund balance is an appropriate or reasonable ask for our staff to do. So, and that question's for the trustees. And then I know Vice Chancellor El Fattal, you had something to add as well.
Yeah, actually, I think when we do our multi-year projection, that is projected in the 3-year projection. But let me just make a couple comments. There've been a lot of great discussion and great comments. I feel I'd like to add it just a little bit, not to belabor the point. You have heard, this board has heard me say, DCAS has heard me say, Chancellor's Cabinet has heard me say multiple times that Fund 113, for instance, that's unrestricted money. And if we get into financial trouble, I will be the first one to make a recommendation to claw it back from the colleges in order to stave off layoffs and or whatever, if that's our last source, right? So the reason I say that, I just want to remind you of that. And I'm not saying we need to do that because we have this, very large amount of money coming in from the federal stimulus. But it goes to Trustee Torres's comment about, putting it in abeyance. So it can be done, but the issue with putting it into abeyance today or anytime, the question really is, what do you then do with the money? Where does the money go? The money goes to the unallocated ending balance. That's what happens if you don't transfer it into 113. And then the issue is you're still going to have the same balance, you're still going to have the same reserve, or are you going to say, well, let's spend it all on something? It's going to be difficult to spend it because you have all of these other dollars. I mean, so that's one issue. And then the last comment I just would make regarding bond, if this district does not pass another bond or cannot because the voters won't approve it, and there's multiple sides of that conversation, I'm sure, well, there's multiple sides of that conversation. I'm sure board members have, different perspectives about that. If we don't get any bond dollars, or if we had bond dollars, another big bond, $300, $400, $500 million bond, we would not have to worry so much about 113. But if we can't pass a bond, then it's a problem if you don't have 113 to fulfill some of those duties. And we're not like the basic aid district that has, $350 million there because they won't go to their community for bond because they pay so many taxes. So, so that's the issue. Just putting it in advance this year today, it's still going to be there unless, what are you going to do with the money?
Okay.
Thank you.
So a couple things, just one scenario I'd like to throw out there, and I think we're getting close to moving on to the next item. But a perfect example, I think, is like the designated unrestricted dollars we have in the CalSTRS CalPERS section, right? So I think there's
1 million.
1 million. Okay. So CalSTRS, CalPERS have gone up for the employees and the employer, but we haven't utilized those funds. So the question is, when do we, right? So we've designated dollars for this, but are we ever going to utilize these dollars for a need that's out there? Or do we wait for like economic collapse and then say, okay, now's the time? So I guess that falls back on the policy question of, well, when do we have the capacity or when can we utilize these dollars? Or do we just place them in there and say, well, it's for CalSTRS, CalPERS, but I don't know when we're going to use them. So in the absence of policy, it leaves it very vague. And as trustees, we do hear from the community that there is need out there at our colleges. So that's one area. And then the only other ask that I have, and I think for me anyways, this would really help on the reserve portion of this conversation, is the details of the total cost of ownership. We hear that referenced a lot, right? But we don't see it. We don't know. I mean, I've heard Trustee McKay mention it a lot based on the accreditation side and Chancellor Gillespie. And I know we have these massive buildings. I know there's a need out there, but all we get in the adopted budget is sort of a beginning balance and ending fund balance. And there's one line that says scheduled maintenance and materials. And that's it. So if there is a need out there, because like, for example, I heard when I first started as a trustee that there's a need for a student center at Moore College that costs this many millions of dollars. Well, I think it's a fair ask to say, how much is that going to truly cost? When are you planning on doing that? And so we can tell the community that where these dollars are going. So I guess that's my closing remarks on this discussion. I still prefer strongly to have some parameters or a targeted percentage of a reserve. But I don't know where the full board stands on that. So
with this fund, Chair, and maybe
Dr.
Fatal, if he'll probably know. So we're discussing about this, and maybe it's for the next item, the allocation model. And so where there's gaps, so when we talk about this money, where would it go? Can we support those, specifically, let's say Oxnard College, who's lost programs? So we have all this money. And so we have now a college, when we're looking at it, where it stands in comparison to its sister colleges, and what we've heard from Cristian and Lorena, just different speakers. Can we use that money then from the reserve? I mean, that money, that 1 year, to be able to support Oxnard College from what's not receiving from the allocation model. So there's an allocation model that's going to be discussed tonight, and we see what they're receiving, but there's still a need for additional programs based on what we've heard. Can we use money from there? Because I heard, but what do we do with that money? Well, can we, as a board, say we heard our community, and so we're going to use this money to support Oxnard College in these programs, because in the allocation model, based on where it is, this is what they're receiving. But we recognize and we heard that they need additional programs because they're lacking. So we're going to use money from this reserve to help these programs get started.
Yeah, so I think that also might be the conversation with maybe the next item, but just my brief response. I think the academic senate presidents and classified folks that spoke earlier about the allocation model that's being recommended went through rigorous. There was commented a year, actually it's been 2.5 years. And there were very heated discussions, robust discussions, comprehensive discussions related in ways to what you're describing. And so it went through the cauldron of fire, so to speak, to reach the point that it did, which is primarily in alignment with the state student-centered funding formula based on the populations of each campus and so on. And so I think that work has gone on through the committee that's come recommended to the chancellor and then to the board on how the allocation model works and what the recommendation is.
Okay. So one question I have, and it's actually on page 105, and I think it's a big part of, I'm assuming it's a bridge to the allocation model that we're going to transition to here quickly. But after the 3 bullets, it says as articulated, almost the end of that paragraph, it says the percent of expenditures allowed to be carried forward into the subsequent year will be set by the board. So those carryover dollars and the percentage that the board sets, are we doing that by approving the allocation model? Because there is language in the allocation model that it's going to be 2% of budget carryover. Is that the?
Yes.
So that's the formal process. So I think that may go back to what Trustee Torres was mentioning in a suspension of, and I know we have a huge amount of dollars already to spend, but, I'm looking at this as a pre-COVID scenario. If there were more dollars to be spent and not carried over, is there a need of programs and such that could benefit from those dollars? So, but I'm not advocating one way or the other. I'm just asking a clarifying question and it sounds like Dr. El-Fattal answered it, that when we move to 6.02, which is action to approve the budget criteria and assumptions, is that when we formally approve the 2% number? Or do we do that in the 6.03?
I think it's 03, but I believe it's 03.
03. Okay.
I think it's both, but I mean, we specifically, it used to be 1%, and then every year we would vote to let it be 2%. And so then we finally changed policy to 2%. So it became an annual thing we changed. So we just changed the policy.
And Trustee Chancellor, I misspoke. It's in 02. It's in 02 and 03 actually, but 02 is the reference as part of the assumptions.
Yeah, okay. Whatever it was, 1% wasn't sufficient flexibility, and so we kept banging up against it. And every year we had to change to 2% and authorize it. So we just finally changed it to 2% permanently.
Okay, so not hearing that there's a consensus perhaps on having a targeted reserve percentage from the full board. Can we get behind, and it sounds like it may or may be in existence already, but in a 3-year projection where our reserves are projected to be, can we get behind that? And then the second item would be some more details specifically on the 113, which is the results of our carryover of the college plans and needs there. So those are the 2 asks I'm asking for support aligned to 6.01 from the board.
You would have my support as long as we give enough time with regard to what Trustee Mantooth said and what the Chancellor has said and the college presidents. There's so much work to be done right now that, yes, I'd like to have the information, but I don't think it's fair to say we need to have it within the next, by the end of the academic year, because I just think there is an awful lot of moving parts going on right now. And I almost, I wish we would have had this conversation before the pandemic. We didn't. And so now we have to have it with the lens of that this happened, and maybe it's good, maybe it's bad, but for whatever, we've got a lot of one-time dollars to get spent. And I don't really have the appetite for adding to that right now.
No, I agree. I was thinking in the adopted budget to include it there, because I think it is something that I think the community is, would benefit from seeing, and I think it aligns well with all of these items on our agenda tonight, but also
by September, when we adopt the budget, to have some sort of projection on where we're going to be 3 years from now.
Yes, and an expanded plan on the expenditures of 113, some of the big projects going on.
More so than what you're receiving that came as a result, Trustee Chancellor, of you asking for that data on 113 in the presentation. So I think the multi-year projection is already handled. But you're saying more detail than, because we're itemizing what the plans are for the year for expending money from 113, et cetera, and what the balances are, and you're asking for more detail than that, if I may ask.
Yeah, maybe this will help. Like right now, all it says, I'm looking at it in our last adopted budget, the biggest items for each of the 3 colleges is school maintenance and capital furniture. And, Moore Park College is 2.7, Oxnard is 2.9, and Ventura is 1.6. So I guess what I'm asking for is some detail probably on that area. And maybe this will help on what causes me to ask for that is concern, and I'm truly listening to my colleagues on the board, is the total cost of ownership. So if that is an accreditation focus, and that is a large concern, I think it's important that we make that visible. That's all. So,
and if I may, are you looking at the budget book or the budget presentation, the PowerPoint?
I was looking at the budget book from last adopted budget.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Chair.
Trustee Press.
Yeah, so I think your 3-year projection is a given. I've heard Vice Chancellor El-Fattal say that'll be a normal product of the budget upcoming. And I would have a question of Vice Chancellor El-Fattal on those, Dave, on those on that exhibit that the chair was looking at. Dave?
Yes.
Is there detail to back up those numbers, and that it could be readily available or within by the time of the budget?
Well, we provide detail high level, but I think I don't think that's revenue source that he's looking at, I think, in the budget book.
Well, okay, maybe I thought he was, Chair, maybe you can clarify your request. I thought you were looking at what are the uses for those dollar amounts that you see.
So for instance, let me say this. I believe that what Trustee Chancellor is looking at, he's looking at page 66 of the budget book, and it shows a balance forward for scheduled maintenance and capital furniture of 2.7 million. So that's how much money is in the fund. And then in the transfer/expense column, there's no revenue, but in transfer expense shows 866,000. So I think the question really is, what is the 866,000 being planned to be spent on, right? And
correct. That's what I'm asking. Do you have the detail that led to that amount?
Well, yes, the detail does exist at the campus level. They put the information together so that we can provide it in the presentation. It would have a large number, but for instance, there would be more work involved to say, okay, it's to furnish these 3 buildings with new furniture, or whatever the issue is. I don't remember. I think we do have some detail in the presentation. It's not in the budget book, but certainly there would be detail behind that.
Yeah, to come up with those numbers. I guess I would ask, in following our ground rules, maybe we need to get a better handle on what the effort will entail to come up with the information that you're looking for, Chair. And then once that comes back, poll the board if it's really, worth the investment of time and effort. And again, given what Trustee McKay recognizes is the immediate work in front of everyone right now.
Okay. On that note, it sounds like we are ready to shift gears here to 6.02, which is action to approve acceptance of the fiscal year 2021-22 budget criteria and assumptions.
Now, on this particular document, which we discussed last time, we did add on page 112 a component that addresses the federal stimulus funding, and so we worked through that through DCAS, and we added that based on board comments from the last time this was brought forward.
Dr. Alfatel, now because I do the electronic version, I have the actual. So what page is it in my world? Page.
It is page. I apologize. It's page 112 of 161. Or are you looking at the?
I had to open the attachment, so I've got.
Okay.
Same here. I have that same problem.
It's the second to last page near the top. So page 4, I apologize. The top of page 4, it's headline federal stimulus funding.
Thank you.
For me, one area that, and I may have missed it, but could there and should there be language that aligns our budget criteria and assumptions to our strategic goals, district goals, and such? Just as an added layer, I couldn't find that.
Chair, are you talking about as it relates to this paragraph?
No, like the whole budget criteria. I mean, I know in the beginning it's got the guided principles.
The first sentence maybe addresses that? Maybe?
Yeah, no, it clearly does. Yeah, I was looking at in verbiage on public content. So no, we're good. I'm sorry. First sentence works. Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
We're speed reading.
Yeah. Well, I just looked at the board item, not that. Yeah. So no, we're good. Okay. So I think we can take a first and a second and then open it up if there's any other questions.
I move approval of the guiding principles and assumptions, budget guiding principles and assumptions.
I'll second it. I'm sorry, Trustee Perez, second. I defer to you.
I'll take it.
All right. Any questions?
Yeah.
Trustee Torres.
Yes. So I'm looking at it through the equity lens. So as I'm looking at the assumptions, I looked at the area where it looks at the allocation model, because this is really what drives our allocation model and how the money's going to be spent. And so when I looked at it, it seemed a little, I would love to see a little bit more information, more detail. So it talks about, which is on page 113, the allocation of resources will be in accordance with the updated.
Trustee Torres?
Yes.
I'm sorry. For those
5.
of us on the electronic version, what?
Okay.
5. Chancellor is saying 5. Thank you.
Sorry, I started reading.
Okay, I'm good.
Okay. So it says in terms of the assumptions of what we're going to look into our allocation model, which we're going to be approving or in the next action item. It says the allocation of resources will be in accordance with the updated budget allocation model approved for recommendation to the Chancellor by DCAS in February 2021, and that the updated budget allocation model aligns the district allocation model with the student center funding formula. This model will be phased in over 5 years, with the first year holding the entities harmless. But it does, for me, I think this is what we're using in terms of the student funding formula, which is what we're going to utilize. But it doesn't address other areas that our colleges need. So when we're looking at equity and potential inequities and barriers, so we have the student funding formula that we're going to utilize for all of our 3 colleges. But then we also recognize that there's other things that cannot be measured through a funding formula that our students need. And when we're looking at equity work, social justice equity work, it's looking at those areas that are not being addressed. And so for Oxnard College, as we've heard at our last meeting, we had different speakers present tonight, but we had also other speakers present at our last meeting. And we also had a presentation with all of the mental health needs, food security, instructional services, support services, the area where Oxnard is, the pandemic, the area codes. There's a lot of needs that are college needs. There's many things. And so with this allocation model, Oxnard College is simply receiving its portion of the funding as its sister colleges, but it doesn't really take into consideration other components. Now, we talked about, it was mentioned in terms of the funding formula, they're going to be looking at the supplemental funding, which looks at AB 540 students, the Pell Grant Promise students, looking at those specific like areas and certain benchmarks. So if they complete certain benchmarks, they'll be able to receive their funding. Now with Oxnard College, when we start looking into it, it's important to know where our students are going. So even though there's all these new areas that there's money that can be coming to Oxnard, that would be great if Oxnard College students were going to, Oxnard, the city of Oxnard high school graduates were going to Oxnard College, then we would automatically see that through this funding formula, the college would be able to succeed, because all of the Oxnard College, all of the Oxnard high school graduates would be going to Oxnard College. Therefore, they would be meeting the Pell Grant, the promise. They would be doing well. So we would not need to do anything from our end because they would be going to Oxnard College. But that's not the case. They're going to Ventura College because, as we heard tonight, there isn't programs. There's been cuts. So because there's no programs, there's Oxnard College on this formula doesn't have a chance to compete. On the funding formula, the way it's currently stated, Oxnard College does not have the opportunity to be able to truly compete because they don't have the programs to attract the students. And I know I mentioned before myself, I went to Ventura College because I needed to take courses, and Oxnard College didn't offer the variety of courses that I needed to take. So I had to take the bus, go really early in the morning, wait so I can take the bus and get back to Oxnard. We heard a student or a presenter at our last meeting say he had to drive 15 miles from Oxnard to Ventura College, and then from Ventura College back to the city of Oxnard to take his courses. And there's many stories that are still there. So when I'm looking at a funding formula, I'm saying, okay, I'm looking at it. We've looked into, this is a formula that we're going to utilize for our colleges, but I'm also interested in seeing what are the other areas that we're going to take into consideration and how are we going to fund our colleges that need it. In this case, Oxnard College. And I know as a board, we have heard comments from the community. They have been coming to us to let us know what are the needs of Oxnard. We have our student government. Cristian Hernandez hadn't been to our meetings. This is the first time that I saw another member of student government show up. We heard from Lorena has been such a strong advocate and doing great work at the colleges, come and also speak on behalf of the college. We heard community members, padres that came in to talk about their organization and say, we would like to take these courses. So at this moment in time, when I'm reading this and these assumptions, I'm not seeing how we are addressing those other components that have been in existence for a long time. And so I know that as trustees, this is not the first time we've heard of it, we're aware. And so now it's how do we address it? So in this equity, what do we add? How does that look like so our community knows we're listening? And so we've addressed it, and this is how it's going to be addressed. So because the way it currently stands with this allocation model, and I know that it's difficult conversations anytime we're going to talk about social justice, equity work, diversity, inclusion, and we're looking into the different models, it's a lot of work and there's really intense conversations, and I appreciate everything that has been happening. My other question is, our community members and students, have they been part of the conversations at this level? Because it's important to also get their perspective. And then we can present forward a model that we can say has been vetted really through the different stakeholders. So for me, as I see this allocation, the way it's written in assumptions, it doesn't reflect to me the way it's written. I feel like it just needs additional language maybe that addresses those areas. So it's more specific in terms of how this allocation model looks at those differences in terms of equity.
Okay, so Trustee Torres, I think the last part of what you said addresses more 6.03. The item we have a first and second on right now is action to approve the budget criteria and assumptions. Or were your comments directed more at the assumptions versus the allocation model?
I remember it goes back to Dr. Fatel. They kind of both go together. And I remember at our last meeting when we had to take an action, he said, well, you can speak about them separately, but they kind of go together, because if we're approving assumptions, so the allocation model is based on these assumptions. So if we're approving these assumptions, for me, it makes no sense to say, okay, I just approve how the allocation model is going to be carried out, but yet here I come to an action item, so I should be approving as well, because so that's the way I understood when Dr. Fatel mentioned it in our last meeting, that we can take them separately, but they're really, this one kind of impacts the other. I mean, we can do so, but they're related, is what I'm trying to say.
Sure. I guess I would ask, if there was something that specific that Oxnard College came back to us and said, even with all the COVID money and everything, if we could do this, we could fix some of the issues at Oxnard College. But if we use one-time money to fix programs or add classes at Oxnard and hope that they gain students to pay for it, that means we also have to have the stomach to take it away in 2 years when we've run through the one-time money, if they haven't. So that's just one piece of it. The second piece is, I don't really have the appetite to prescribe when Oxnard College, the staff and faculty have asked us to pass this allocation model. They have fought through the social justice issues, the what's fair to Oxnard, what's fair to all of the colleges. They have told us for 2 meetings now that they've had robust and often heated conversations, including all these things. And I guess as a trustee, I trust them that they have done the hard work to bring this allocation model to us. Then if there is more that Oxnard College needs, and the administration from Oxnard College comes to us and say, with this amount of dollars, we could do something with it, then that's when we should take it up as a board. Do we want to allocate some extra dollars to it? But right now, there's nothing before us to allocate money to. The faculty and staff have already hashed out an allocation model, brought it to us, and said, this is what we think is fair to all 3 colleges, even and including, all of the issues at Oxnard College. And so I think we should, pass the allocation model as it's been worked out for 2 years. They've been working on it and banging their heads against it. And then if there is something that Oxnard College needs that they come to us for and ask us they can't provide for themselves, we deal with that when it comes up. But I don't know what we would be allocating money for if we just changed the model. And actually, we wouldn't be changing the model. We would just be saying, no, we don't accept this model, and we would be keeping the model we have. Because if we don't pass this model, we live with the model that we're using right now, which I think would be even worse.
And Chair Chancellor, I would agree with Vice Chair McKay. I don't want to hamstring the staff and the process of moving forward. And at the same time, in deference to Trustee Torres, I want to continue the conversation about this particular issue with Oxnard College. But we don't have to solve this tonight because we don't know how to solve it tonight. We need to move forward.
Yeah.
And not drop it.
Trustee Torres.
I just feel when we look into this work, and I know our community reminded us of our commitment and our resolution to social justice, there's never a right time. And so there's always going to be a reason as to why we're going to look into other things before. Now, we've heard also, it's gone through a very intense process, but also our community and our students have spoken, our students more than ever. And our students who are very involved have said, this is what we need in our college. We're not dictating, we're not going to say what those programs are. Everybody at Oxnard College works really hard really hard. Administration, faculty, staff, students, it's a great team. We're asking for them, and they would love to be able to provide other things, but they can't based on the resources they currently have. Now, this allocation model, the way it currently stands, the one that was before this one, hasn't taken perhaps all those other components into consideration, or it has, but perhaps there's ways of thinking about what else can we do. And I know that everybody has worked really hard, but there's really great value in bringing also community members. There's great knowledge and great wealth and great conversations into what could be done. What are the needs? And as a community college, because we are a community college, which means we're the community, an important member during these committee meetings is community, to have those conversations. And I think it's really beneficial for us really as a college to hear what they're saying. So as this process is moving forward, it's a process that was very, very open to just hearing perspectives. And when it comes forward to us, we can say there was student community input as well. And this is what's being presented. Why? Because at those meetings, a lot of the things that were presented could be presented there. And so it could be looked upon. There's always great value in having different perspectives at this moment. I think the perspectives we've had at the committee has been internal, which is very important, of course. But there's also great value in having our students, and I believe our students just entered. But so for me, specifically as a trustee, and I know we all have our different perspectives and we all will decide on what we feel is best. But for me, we have heard our community. We've had conversations as trustees. This is not the first time as trustees that we've talked about our allocation model, Oxnard, particularly Oxnard. How can we look at ways that Oxnard can receive funding? So we come before us. So before us it's an action item. And the conversation we're having now is not a new conversation. So we've had this in previous years. In the 2.5 years that I've been here, we've discussed it. And so my question is, at what point then do we take a look? Because as a board, there's always going to be a lot of, competing priorities. There's always a lot of work. And this is really important. But at what point do we say, this is the time to look into it? This is the time that we're going to make a decision. So what
is your ask?
My ask is to look at an allocation funding formula that's going to be able to provide more funding, the funding for Oxnard to be able to create the programs that it needs or its support services that it needs. Now, how that looks like, I don't know, because this is not my area. So there's experts in the field of business that probably know how that would look like. So I can't say that, but I can say what I would like to see. I would like to see one where we're able to see Oxnard College. That's not because this funding is giving Oxnard College money based on the current FTEs that they have. Now, if they have students that are able to perform well, then they're going to be able to receive more funding based on the student funding formula. So if you have, students that are low income, they're going to be able to qualify for the Pell Grant if they're AB 540 promise. So because we don't have programs, Oxnard graduates, Oxnard residents don't go to Oxnard College. They go to Ventura. So based on this allocation model, it's difficult for Oxnard College to be able to attract. The community talked about outreaching it, but how can Oxnard College go and outreach if they need programs, they need different things in their college? So with this allocation model, it's always going to stay this way. If we follow this the way it's currently stated, Oxnard College will always stay this way because they don't have programs to attract students, which is what the community also mentioned. So I'm looking into ways that we can support what Oxnard College needs to bring programs. Our students themselves mentioned that today as well. Now, I don't know what those programs are. Oxnard College knows. We mentioned that, I think Christian mentioned, we have beautiful buildings, but they're empty. There's no programs. And so at this point is, what do they need? And I'm not looking for one-time things because one-time money doesn't solve it. It's something that's going to be sustainable, and it's sustainable through the allocation model. So we give them a one-time money from the reserves, that's only for 1 year. That's not sustainable. So that wouldn't work. The allocation model itself, this is your system. When we're talking about looking into equity, the systemic barrier or openings, I'm going to say, bring opportunities is through this allocation model. This allocation model will give Oxnard those opportunities, and it won't be one-time money. So our leadership.
I understand what you're saying, but let me just throw an example at you. If Oxnard we take money away from Ventura and College and Moore Park College, as you're suggesting in this allocation model, which has already happened, but we take even more and give it to Oxnard College. and they open more classes and Ventura College doesn't have them. And so we cannibalize Ventura College students and they go to Oxnard. As a district, what have we gained?
So okay, so my question is, when we're looking into Oxnard students, so what you might be taking from Ventura are Oxnard students. So if you were, and I know I asked the question at one meeting, it would be interesting to see the residents, where the students that attend Ventura College, what is their home residence? Where do they reside? Most likely a lot will be from Oxnard. So all you're doing is Oxnard is having their students come back home because they're offering courses. So Oxnard has its students go to Ventura College because they don't offer programs. I'm one of them as well. And we've heard many stories. We don't have enough courses to take at Oxnard College, so we go to Ventura. So all that would be happening, Oxnard is getting its students back. They're coming home because at their home, they're able to, it is because at their home, they're able to take courses.
This year, they're not even sure they can open up enough classes given the COVID, issues. This year, they wouldn't even be able to use it.
But we're talking about long-term.
Chair Chancellor, Chair, process check. It's after 10 o'clock and the Chancellor has had his hand up as well.
Chancellor Gillespie, thank you for that, Trustee Press.
Yeah, because I think I'm hoping that we could kind of, move on with these, because these are complicated topics and challenging to get decided. But along the line with what Trustee McKay said is that, we are here to really look at how do we best serve the higher education needs across the district, and to reallocate the reoccurring dollars would cause a much broader conversation to need to happen. So, if there was a proposal to shift $1 million away from Moore Park and close some program there, shift it to give that money to Oxnard, we'd have students from Moore Park here too. Mm-hmm. Same thing if Ventura is needing to give up a couple $1 million, and we'll have people from Santa Paula Fillmore area, we'll have the Conejo people, all these others that have had long-term unmet needs here. So a lot of work goes into looking at how do we balance the resources among all our areas of need. And while they'd be the first to say that, the allocation model can probably use additional discussion and consideration over time, but I recommend approving the one that we have now, and in future discussions bring up additional items of interest. But again, I think we've heard from the Oxnard constituent group, but we also have a lot of other communities out in our county who would be just as vocal about needing more funds. All of our colleges could use more. Dave, I know you had your hand up.
If I may, just a small comment. I think this discussion, the last 5 or 10 minutes, does belong to the next item. But I think in terms of what Trustee Torres had commented originally, and which ties with Trustee Chancellor, I think the language in this allocation paragraph, may be resolved when you look at the first sentence of the guiding principles that says the budget will be developed to allocate resources to achieve district-wide goals and objectives. And then also in the guiding principles, the first bullet allocates resources to support goals and objectives established by the board. So we have, the board has new DEI goals and objectives and so on. And so all of these budgets will be developed with that in mind to help achieve what those goals are that the board has set and that the district rolls down from the board. So just to remind you of that particular component, but the rest of the conversation I think belongs with the next item, or you've had the conversation for 603, some of it anyway.
Yeah, thank you for that, Dr. El-Fattal. So I'm okay to make if we need to vote on this, Chair, unless another trustee needs to make a comment, because it sounds like the conversation is more, it pertains more to item 6.03.
I agree. We have a first and a second. Trustee Gonzalez, did you have any comments on the budget criteria and assumptions before we moved on to a vote? Okay, cool. Okay, good deal. Then let's see here. Trustee Mantooth.
Aye.
Okay. Trustee Perez.
Aye.
All right. Trustee Torres.
No.
Okay. Vice Chair McKay.
Yes.
And I am also a yes. Student Trustee Gonzalez.
Yes.
Okay, that takes us to 6.03, which is the allocation model. And we've discussed it a lot throughout this evening, but I'd love to take a first and a second and then open it up for any other further last questions if there are any.
I'll move approval.
Second.
Okay, we have a first and a second, a first by Trustee Perez and a second by Vice Chair McKay.
Chair, are we just going to power through the rest of the agenda?
Good question. Can we answer that question once we finish this item? Okay, great. For me anyways, I'm gonna try and oversimplify this and I hope it's okay. So the SCFF, in my interpretation, is a new model to fund community colleges throughout the state. And okay, so that's assumption number one. Assumption for me, number two, is there's a greater side of revenue for colleges for high need or at-risk students. Is that a fair assumption to make? Okay. Does that show up in this allocation model?
Yes.
It does. So maybe the third assumption I'll make is Oxnard College has perhaps a higher percentage of at-risk, high-need students than our other colleges. If that's the case, did we see a growth in resources or revenue through this allocation model for Oxnard College? If that's those
actually, Ventura has the demographics. Oxnard loses a little bit, $291,000 in the first year of implementation because of its student demographics, and Moore Park loses $674,000, and Ventura gains that amount. And as I described, the last time we had this discussion, we think that DCAS and spent quite a lot of time on it. We think that there's not going to be this $1 million shift over time because everybody's going to be changing the offerings that they have and the way they deliver services. So that gap we're going to analyze every year, and we don't think it's going to ultimately be that great where that movement, happens quite to that extent, that dollar value. But so no, Ventura actually has the demographics to amongst the three gain.
Okay, thank you. Is there an opportunity for all three colleges to sort of change or adapt to the student-centered funding formula to capture more dollars moving forward?
All of them are doing and will continue to do those things based on the student-centered funding formula.
Okay, and do all three colleges have the appropriate resources to do what they want to do to capture as many dollars using this new funding formula and to provide services and equity for our students?
Well, I don't know that they would answer that way, but we get a pot of money every year and it gets distributed through this model based on, following the state and also, our own, this is a hybrid model, but so they're taking all the money that's coming and they're utilizing it in the best way to serve students more, serve students better, serve more students, and also generate additional funds so that they can continue doing that in an optimal way.
Okay, I guess one of the takeaways from public comment from community members is that we here as trustees is that there's a huge need, particularly at Oxnard College, and I guess I just don't see it in this allocation model in the description or in the numbers, the proof or the justification that we're providing a solution to these needs or attempting to. And that to me, I've been asking in the last few meetings, we've talked about this loosely, the allocation model, and I keep repeating sort of that. And I guess as we hear about this huge need, we hear the stories from students and the course offerings or whatever it is. And I just want to feel really comfortable that this allocation model addresses that. And Trustee McKay and myself did hear from the Academic Senate about the importance of this allocation model. We heard it again tonight, the full board did, and their support behind it. But I guess I'm also hearing about needs out there, and I just want to feel very comfortable that this allocation model and the resources are there to support those needs.
Sure.
I think.
Oh, Vice Chair McKay.
I was just going to say, some of the needs, like the ESL needs, that adult ed handles. And I think I think it would be wrong to have someone go to Oxnard College and pay more than what they would pay at adult school for an ESL class. I looked while they were speaking, and, Oxnard Adult Education offers ESL and GED classes, as does Conejo Valley Unified Adult School. So I looked at those, and at a much lower cost than it would be. That's kind of when the big shift of we let go of those basic skills, when the basic skills initiative money was kind of cut off from the community colleges because it was generally unsuccessful. Our students that came in at that level just never came out. And so we didn't get the basic skills money anymore. And it kind of went to the K-12s to no longer as categorical, as for adult schools, but they got a little bit more funding so that they could keep adult schools going. And so some of the problems that we were addressed with tonight kind of our help to them is to get them to where they can get the services they need, not necessarily duplicate them at Oxnard College, but to make sure they know where to go to get them, that they don't have to go to Santa Barbara City College. They can go to an adult education facility, nearby. So there's just that piece of it. And again, I'm just going to go back to the work that has been done for literally 2 years, because DCAS couldn't make a recommendation to us on the allocation model last year because they were still slugging it out. And so they slugged it out for another year and have brought this to us. And I don't have the appetite to say that they didn't work and take all these things into consideration. And again, that doesn't mean I'm not open to, if someone from Oxnard College comes back and says, but if we had this and this much money, we could make it better, at looking at how we fix that down the, when that happens. That's how I feel.
Okay. Any other comments from the trust? Oh, we don't have a first and a second, or no, we do. We do. I take that back. Any other comments or questions from the trustees before Trustee Gonzalez?
Yeah, just to piggyback on McKay, I just think, I know how you were saying, we could guide them in the right resources to go to adult schools, etc. But from what I took is that they want to be on our campus. They want Oxnard College to provide this, and that's what we want, right? We want more people to come to our campus. And I just think that, my concern is the state is deciding how these funds are being divided. And we have all these needs, these people coming up saying, we need this, and we hope Oxnard College could provide this, but how can we get forward if if the state keeps dividing the money from what they think without understanding what the people are needing? I don't know if I'm making any sense, but I'm just trying to understand how all of these funds and everything is processed. But my thing is that, people want to be on our campus and they want Oxnard College, they want Oxnard to provide this, and it would be nice for us to be like, hey, we also have this at adult schools, but for Oxnard College to be like, we do have all these resources for you. It's gonna spread word of mouth. The Oxnard College is doing a lot more for the community, and we're gonna get a lot more people to come.
Thank you for that. That poses a question. Is there community involvement besides employees of the community college district in looking at these allocation models? Was that ever part of the process? Or is the only community voice, like public comment and us trustees, is representing the community?
That's accurate, what you said. We K-12, I know, has community budget advisory committees but no, the colleges do not.
Do other community college districts include community voice in these allocation models or budget assumptions or the budget process?
There may be one or two outliers, but no.
The public meetings, I think, are that opportunity for the public to provide input on all matters that come before the board. Diane, don't kick me under the table, but we did at one time have a citizens advisory council. But anyway.
You're too far away for me to kick and
and the other comment I would make is you know, we hear members of the community on occasion come forward, as they did tonight, and state their experiences, and some state their views and or feelings, and yet we are a data-driven organization, and so it's a little surprising when I hear that actually Oxnard is a loser in the student-centered funding formula, and Ventura is a winner. But then I quickly in my mind think, well, what is the service area? What communities are in the service area of Ventura? And primarily the Santa Clara or Heritage Valley area, where the socioeconomics are comparable or maybe less than Oxnard, and maybe the raw numbers in population aren't as great, but that's how that area does figure into the new funding formula, and we have the results that we have at present. Just a thought.
Sure.
Trustee Torres.
I was wondering, would it be possible to know how many of Oxnard residents attend Ventura College, like Oxnard students reside in Oxnard? Just to know. I'm interested. I'm just out of interest, just to know how many of our students that attend Ventura College actually, you know, may live in Oxnard. I think that would help. That was part of the data piece. You know, maybe there isn't that many, but that we would have that data. I mean, and we don't need to have. We don't see the names. It's just a number of this is how many students based on the demographic information they submitted. These live in, according to what they indicated, they live in Oxnard or Ventura, and that's part of the data piece that Trustee Perez just mentioned right now. That would be helpful.
So we do have data for each of the colleges do track with their students what zip codes they've come from. So we have it, but I can't tell you what that is off the top of my head. Of course, I do know that for Ventura, they do get quite a few students that especially come from the North Oxnard area there. So, but what the percentage is for Ventura, I'm not sure.
Okay. Lorena, do you, I was just messaged that you might have something, some comments on this issue as well. Is Lorena available? Uh-oh.
I think, let me see if she's in the attendees.
There she is.
Yeah, she needs a host or co-host to promote her there.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Dan. Hi, Lorena, are you there?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Yes, I was just in regards to what you guys were speaking about, the community being, and there is a committee being formed with students of OC students, alumni, and community members who really want to, you know, get Oxnard in higher up, right? And this is why they're coming together and coming to public comment for the best interest of our future students. And it's nice to have them come because at the same time, they're promoting Oxnard College and we're promoting the businesses around us, right? It is important for Oxnard College to have the community being involved because of the community that we are surrounded by, right? So in regards, when you guys were talking on it, I was just like, oh, wow, there's actually a committee being formed in regards to that. And please don't kick nobody under the table. But I just wanted to share that.
I'm glad you did. I'm glad you did. You know, I'll share one thing. I was very reluctant to support this allocation model, but it was really eye-opening to hear from the Academic Senate last week or a couple weeks ago. But to me, there still is an area of information that I would prefer to see, and I'll say this for the adopted budget. One, or for the allocation model, the adopted budget is, I would like to see more community input in our adopted budget beyond just a public hearing at a board meeting or, you know, saying that we're presenting this budget at a public meeting. That's number one. Number two is I would like to see a demonstration of a plan in the adopted budget that aligns to the SCFF and a stronger, I guess, a visible alignment to that. Rather than just saying we're doing it, I'd actually like to see resources going to the things that we're saying we're doing along the lines of the SCFF at our 3 colleges. And I think the appropriate place for that would not be maybe now with this allocation model. I think it would have been helpful, but for sure in the adopted budget, if we can add something to the adopted budget with a correlation to the SCFF. If those things were to hopefully occur, or, you know, I'm going to say, I hope they occur. It depends on if it's the will of the full board, but I could get behind this allocation model tonight because I think it's important. And, but I'd be really curious to look at the data as a data-driven district, stronger alignment on that. So that's my 2 cents on it.
Chair.
Trustee Torres.
May I ask a question to President Sanchez?
Yes, I think that's
okay. Just wanted to make sure. What Lorena is talking about, that's something that's just at Oxnard, right? It's something, a community that that has been built so it can help kind of guide as you're looking into the budget for Oxnard College, but it's not a district committee, right? It's an Oxnard College committee that is being formed, and it's with your leadership that it's happening to guide you within Oxnard College.
So there's actually 2 things that are happening. One of them is I think that the group Lorena is referring to is kind of an ad hoc group that's forming with leadership of students. Okay. I separately am conceptualizing forming either a president's advisory council or a community advisory council, meaning the same thing. And frankly, I took a cue from something that you said at a recent meeting. As a methodical way to gather input from community members. I want to be really careful about this because I'm really only interested in people that have a constructive perspective to bring to the college. And so who's on it matters a lot, and how we structure it matters a lot, but I'm committed to developing a vehicle for methodically gathering community input and also just to provide information to the community about what's happening at Oxnard College.
Okay, so this is a separate group. Okay, so Lorena, your group is separate from actual related to a college or the district. Just so I can gain understanding, because I was asking in terms of community from being involved in this process, but it's something that it's part of the district, like part of this committee, like the DCAS, I think, committee, like a community member, but it sounds like yours is something like a ad hoc different community that's building to look into Oxnard, right?
Yes. So this is the community members reached out to us, and they reached out to us during the whole entire, video incident. And during that process to the now, they were asking students how they could help us students with the issues at hand at Oxnard College. Okay. And that's when we started forming this group. What is it that we want as students? What is it that it's missing? Why does Ventura and Moore Park have certain things that we don't? And how can we, have what they have, right? Even though that we're a smaller college, have certain things, and the community wanted to help with that.
That helps a lot because I was thinking, okay, this helps a lot. So for me, thank you, Lorena. So for me, my hope is that there's that community input, that there's that student input, that there is that dialogue. I think there's a lot of the transparency. I think we have board members who recognize that we're a community college, and as such, as being part of a community college, we involve the community because our name has community in it. So we are very intentional and specific about our beliefs. So I think for us as a board, I think when we look at an allocation model, it's looking into those components. There's great value, and it's not minimizing the hard work that has already taken place, but it's allowing everybody who's impacted to have a seat at the table, to be able to have a conversation, to be able to look at something that's equitable. When we listened to the comments that were presented to us tonight, it was just comments about how can we help Oxnard College? They weren't really asking anything. They weren't asking remove from a college. Absolutely not. Nobody wants to remove from Moore Park or Ventura. Nobody's saying that. So please don't take even my own comments of saying it on a model that it's that we're going to take away from such a college. I'm looking at our students. So it's not taking from Ventura. It's like our students, so they don't have to take that bus. So they don't have to drive those 30 miles. So they don't have to go, they can be closer. And so I think when we're looking into equity is allowing our students to be able to say, hey, you can be closer to home and you can take a course here. You don't have to go so far because we offer that course. You want to take a criminal justice course or a sociology course on this specific area? Oxnard has it. And so it hasn't been that way. And I can speak for myself because that's the reason why I went to Ventura College. That's why I graduated from Ventura College, because Oxnard didn't have the courses. And it's not that Oxnard is a great college. It's an intimate college. And so I think for myself, as we're looking into this work, it's at what point are we going to say, okay, this is it. Like we need to focus on this. And definitely bringing the perspective of community is important, bringing the perspective of our students. Lorena, like she's mentioned many times, and Ashley, they're going to graduate this May. So they're going to be leaving, and so they are not going to know how it looks like to have actually additional supports. But hopefully with additional students, we're able to do of that work and have that commitment and really have that commitment, because there's always going to be competing factors. So those of us in education and just in general, in this business, there's always going to be many priorities. And as a board, I know we're committed to social justice. And how does social justice look like for us? How does equity look like for us? Because it's just words, but it's with actions. So at this moment, what's being presented to us is an allocation model. Does this allocation model address the areas of equity? Does this model look at a social justice lens? Because if we have those values as a board and we pass resolutions, and our actions are going to be fitting to what we believe in. And so I say that because we can always have the dialogue. We all believe in social justice. There's no doubt about that. Diversity, equity, inclusion will be part of committees at the state level, at the local level, at the county level. But then how does it look like for us? And how are we going to vote? And how are we going to come together, working together as a team, as a board with our staff? And how do we support you? What do you need? So if you have a lot of things, like what can we do? So this is how we're working. And I think for me, it's that piece. It's looking at something that I can say, okay, this has it's addressed. For me, at this moment, it doesn't reflect it. I see an allocation model that is coming to us from the student funding formula, and we're following it. And it looks like that's the way it needs to be. But there's these other factors that don't take into consideration our college. I would love to see Oxnard College with its programs, what students be able to take in. And then if we had that in place, and this allocation model would be fitting, because we would say Oxnard College has everything like the rest of the colleges. So for me, this allocation model doesn't represent, it doesn't have all of the factors of that equity piece for myself that I would like to see that I can support. I've listened to everybody's comments, and I know there's a lot of really great work that has gone. And so for everybody who's been in the committee, I value the work that you have done. It's been a lot of work. We are this year particularly, there's a social justice, there's anti-racism, there's many things for us as a board. we make the decisions in the budget, this is where we have an impact. And so for me, at this moment, the way it looks, this is not something that I myself personally as a trustee could support, because I'm not seeing those components that I would like to see in that equity piece. So,
one clarifying question. If Oxnard College, for example, this year were to, under the parameters of the SCFF, were to show, using the resources that they have, growth in certain areas under the parameters of the SCFF, could, in theory, their budget in the next fiscal year grow percentage-wise more than the other two colleges if they were performance-wise able to meet those metrics? Or would the allocation supersede that and they would still get the same resources?
No. The former. So they could grow at a the first thing you said, they could grow at a higher rate based on how they proceed in terms of in alignment with the student-centered funding formula. But if the other campuses don't do well, for instance, but Oxnard does better, they're going to end up getting more money.
But would that align with our current allocation model?
Yes.
So basically, the way this works, Chair Chancellor, if I'm a low-income student and I qualify for EPS, I'm going to get the Pell Grant. There's all this supplemental money, the promise money. If I'm an AB 540, that's another criteria, that's more funding. Now, if I choose to go to Oxnard College because they offer my courses, and I go to Oxnard College and I take all of these classes and I get straight A's, Oxnard College will get funding for that. However, but if Oxnard College does not have my sociology class, my English 1A class that I need to take at the time I want to take it because I have a job that I need to go to, then although I have all of these things, I'm going to go to Ventura College. And so I'm going to go to Ventura College because they have more course offerings. And so therefore, me being AP 540, low income, EOPS, promise, Pell Grant, I'm going to go to Ventura College, take these courses, get straight A's, and Ventura College has now the money to be able to have programs for students, and Oxnard College doesn't because it never had the chance to compete. So this is what I've been saying all along about the inequity of Oxnard College not being able to keep its students. If Oxnard College had the courses I needed to take, I'm there. So here I am, and I have all of everything in the student funding formula. I'm going to ace my classes, and Oxnard College will receive the funding and will continue to sustain itself. It will need supplemental money. It will sustain itself, and it will continue to grow and flourish. But at this point, with the funding formula, the way we currently have it in place, it's not equitable. The colleges are not equitable in terms of students. And that's why it'll be important for us as trustees to know how many of our students that reside in Oxnard are going to Ventura. And if they are going to Ventura, we can ask, why are you going to Ventura and not Oxnard College? Because that's usually the way it is. There's boundaries. And when you look at the high school district, there's boundaries in terms of where students go to school. And so for Oxnard College, students, it's going to another school. So this funding that Oxnard College can receive to continue enhancing programs, instructional support services, they can't do it because their students are going to Ventura College. So Oxnard isn't taking from Ventura College. It would just mean its students are staying home, meaning they're staying within Oxnard. So I wanted to make sure that it's clarified. I mean,
but the consequence of a no vote just means we either stick with the allocation model we have, or we're late with our budget. And so I don't you want to redo 2 years worth of work tonight from the dais. And I can't support that. I'm telling you, I'll support you when President Sanchez comes to us and tells us, here's a way that we can build Oxnard College. I'm there, but I'm not going to take 2 years worth of DCAS work and the pleadings of the academic senate to Chair Chancellor and I to trust their work. And there's equity with the Santa Paula students that are, we don't know who, by taking money away from the other colleges, we don't know who that's going to affect either. It might be the low income students and the most vulnerable students at Ventura College and Moore Park College too. That's why we trust You're
not taking away, Diane, and I'm sorry, you're not taking away because the students are going to their college. So you're not, it's not like they're coming home. And so if you have the students that are in the Santa Paula area, Fillmore area, Piru area, they meet already this funding formula. These are your low-income students. They're going to Ventura College will have the students. They're going to be successful. They're going to get their funding. So it's not them, us doing this doesn't impact them. Now, I understand there's 2 years. I'm also hearing the plead of the community and the students. And I've been hearing this for a while. I mean, they've been coming at times to our meetings. So I think for us, we're hearing everybody's plead. So you and Josh were able to have more of a in-depth, intimate conversation with academic senates, and you were able to listen more from them. The 3 of us did, and the other 3 trustees. But what I do have here is I'm also listening to the plead of the community and the students. Now, the academic senates probably had an opportunity to share their concerns, be part of the process, so their voice was heard. The community and the students did not have someone represent when those decisions are being made during this process, that there's these conversations that are taking place. They couldn't say, hey, have you considered this? Or this is what we're looking. They didn't have a spot at that table. So academic senate presidents, with much due respect that I have for them, did have a place to speak and to advocate and to look at the social justice and speak and have a voice. And when we're talking about social justice and equity, it's giving someone the opportunity to have a voice at the table and say, can you consider this? And then at the end, you have an end result that says everybody spoke, everybody was part of it, and this is what we're presenting to you. And at this point, we have an allocation model that's missing the component of the community. And I think a student was maybe involved, and I'm not sure if it was towards the very end, but not necessarily within the 2 years. So that's my perspective, and I'm just sharing with the board where I stand. Everybody has their perspective, their decisions that they're going to make, and that's the beauty of us coming together as a board, is to be able to share. And then at the end, when we make this vote, we own our vote, each one individually as a board, and that's what we do. But I think there's beauty in us being able to speak and be able to share perspectives and just say where we are and why we're voting this certain way. So that's just where I'm at, just to share my perspective.
Understood.
Okay. So just to recap, we have a first and a second, and I don't want to repeat myself, but I'll say it. Just I think it, for me, I'll sleep better at night. I would sure like to see a greater community involvement moving forward with the allocation model, and also a demonstration of closer alignment to the SEFF. With what we have right now, it's hard to interpret that. So just putting the pieces together, that for me anyways. But I think we're at a point where we can take a vote. Trustee Perez.
Aye.
Okay. Trustee Mantu.
Aye.
Trustee Torres.
No.
Okay. Vice Chair McKay.
Yes.
I'm also a yes. And Trustee Gonzalez.
No.
Okay. Okay. So that is 4-1 with student trustee also a no. Okay, it is 10:48, and how we doing on breaks and timing? We still are going back to closed session, but
I could use a quick break.
Quick break. Okay, I'm seeing some heads nod on that. It is 10:50. Is 5 minutes quick? Too long?
Yeah, quick, and I just, with the indulgence of my colleagues, I'm actually have to be deposed for hours tomorrow on behalf of the district. They've expect me to 2 to 3 hours, and so if you don't want me nodding off in the middle of that, if we could run through the rest of this at a little faster pace, that would be awesome.
Yeah, because we do need to finish these items up. So
yeah, no, I know we do, and it's just I'm already taking the day off work for district work tomorrow.
I could almost foresee a group motion, but
okay. All right, let's take a break.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll see you all in 5 minutes. All right, we are back. All right. Okay, great. So that takes us to 6.04, which is action to approve fiscal year 2021-22 infrastructure funding model.
I would move approval, Chair.
We have a first and a second on that, and we can open up to any questions or comments.
Did you hear me? I'll move approval.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay, excellent. Any questions or comments on that? Hearing none. The only one I have is on page 2 of the, I would imagine for the electronic trustees. It's page 2, but it's where it's part C where it says allocation basis and rates. I'm just wondering, does that need to be updated at all as sort of the needs of the district has been changing? Does this model have to be changed at all to kind of adapt to where we are now in 2021? That's my first question. And based on my second question is based on our adopted budget. I'm starting to fall apart here. Based on the adopted budget, where are we looking at ending the year on our funding balances in 113 or the infrastructure account?
I don't have that information right now. I can provide it, in the next few days. But really, it will come at the adopted budget or the tentative budget, possibly. The answer to your first question is that President Hoffman's in particular, but Ventura College in particular, has asked for us to look afresh at this section C that you're referencing. So we will be doing that, but for this budget, yeah, that's a process to go through. It's quite complicated or complex, I would say, as you can see what those different issues there are. But there's no recommendations from DCAS. The recommendation is to leave it as is, but we are going to be looking at that section. We look at it every year, but we're going to be specifically looking at that section that you referenced.
Okay. And then I would imagine also a big part of the 113 is an alignment or correlation, maybe is a better word, to the facility master plans at the 3 colleges?
That's true. There is a relationship, yes. Okay.
So I'm just eager to know when board input or, and I know they're being developed because we approved it last meeting, but when board input will be included in the facility master plans as it connects to 113. So those are some of my sort of highlights or concerns on this item.
I just would say that the campuses know that, this request has occurred over, the past many months. And the board, I'm sure, will be invited to participate as the facility master plans proceed during that process.
Okay. Okay. Is there a first? I know we have a first and a second, correct? Yes. Okay. Yes. Thank you for that. Well, I guess we're at roll call vote. Trustee Mantu.
Aye.
Okay. Trustee Perez.
Aye.
Okay. Trustee Torres.
No.
Okay. Vice Chair McKay.
Yes.
Okay. I'm also a no. And student trustee Gonzalez.
No.
Oh. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Flew through that. 7.01 action item first, or says action, but I think we're just doing a first reading. Board Policy 7250, Educational Administrators Revised. Chancellor.
Chair, given the history of these items in front of us under item 7, may I take a chance and make a motion to approve 701, 703, and 704?
703. Did you leave off 702?
Yes, again, just knowing the history of these 4 items, I thought that deserved I wanted to be singled out.
Read, it's not an actionable item. We're just going to read and then have a discussion. Or they're not related, right? Like, I mean.
Oh, yeah, good point. So yes.
Okay.
7.01 is just a first read, and then let's take 701 and then 702 separate, and then the last few on the HR side, I think we can clump together. Okay. So it's a first read. Are there any comments? I'm happy to start, but I'm also happy to end. Hearing none at this point. 7.01, one thing that I'd like to see is 2 tiers. I know Trustee McKay has talked about on the historical side that there used to be contract given for assistant deans, vice presidents, and then a separate offerings for our presidents and vice chancellors, for example, receiving 1 or 2 years or on that. And, I say that not on the renewal, I say that on the offering of contracts. My other comment would be, I feel very strongly that at the board level, we should be approving HR transactions as similar districts, community college, multi-districts do. I know Los Rios does, and I think that as we look at board approval for a lot of items, and we're reminded of this, the most expensive item or the largest expenditure that we have is personnel. And it's, I can't understand why there's no oversight on HR transactions. So I'm eager to start the process, or at least exploring the language of what that may or may not look like. So, and I kind of look at it as a story, right? You know, and I talked to a while ago, Trustee Mantooth on this, you know, of the starting and a part of the process. And the first part, of course, is when we hire employees. So those are my 2 comments on 7.01, the first reading. So just to summarize that briefly, number 1 is having 2 tiers when it comes to offering contracts. So the first tier would be positions of assistant deans, vice presidents being offered a maximum of 1 year, and then presidents and vice chancellors having the flexibility. And I'd like to also add the language with chancellor approval, because I don't think that is in existence now. So I'd like to add that language too, with chancellor approval on contracts.
Chair?
Yes.
I just would put the tier in a different place. I think for a college vice president, if you're going to ask someone to move and relocate for a position like that, a 1-year contract do it, and it would make it not competitive. So I would put the tier down at between the deans and assistant deans where it used to be.
That seems reasonable to me.
I would concur with Vice Chair McKay on that, but also Chair Chancellor, I agree with you that I believe legally the Board of Trustees is really the employer of record. And so it should be incumbent upon us to be approving the hires as they occur, especially if after the fact we're approving extensions of contracts. If we haven't approved the hires in the first place, it seems a little out of balance.
Yeah, you can, again, if you just look at the Los Rios consent agenda, it has the list of, you know, the actual list of hires in the HR section.
Okay. Any other trustees have comments on those 2 language or board policy language concepts?
Quick process question, Chair.
Sure.
Would that recommended change get in the way of hiring in a timely manner?
I think that's a fair question. And, you know, I think so many community college districts, both multi-college and single colleges, do this, that I think it's, at least, you know, and I'm looking at it from the outside. So actually, I don't even want to answer that. I don't think it's an appropriate place for me to answer that. I'm just looking at it from a trustee level, that other colleges, districts do it. And, you know, my interpretation, well, they can do it, we can do it.
Well, it's apparent there's a consensus to move forward with this, but I think that might be helpful information just to see if, what do we do if we come up against that? That's all. But sure, it can be, obviously it can move forward tonight.
Right. And maybe there can be language that, you know, in an emergency situation, the chancellor can seek approval in a different format. I know other districts do that too. So.
And Chancellor, normally it's a ratification. So that does not hold up the chancellor from making executive decisions, and they simply have to be blessed by the Board of Trustees formally at a meeting.
They even invite their family if they want to, and it's a celebration. The Board of Trustees approves. So literally, the chancellor is presenting who they're recommending. They let the board know, and then the board makes the approval. And then whoever, which is a nice celebration. I've seen it where people can bring their families. It's celebrated. It's like the final approval. Okay, approved. It's really nice. And I know employees, like, it's just, they appreciate it because they know it's coming to the board and they're going to be officially like approved, but they went through the process. So I've seen it where it's really beautiful. They invite family and it's really nice.
Okay. So just to clarify, the district will create some board policy language that captures those 2 points, and we're good on that.
We'll plan to bring it back at the second meeting in April as action with the revisions.
Excellent. Okay. In that case, we're ready to go to 7.02, action to approve the renewal extensions of management contracts. And before we take a first and a second, I just wanted to thank our hardworking managers for patience, as it's taken a while to get to this point, but we're here now. So with that said, I'd be happy to take a first and a second.
Oh, okay. I'll second it. And I just wanted to add, if I was like management, I would be thinking, oh my God, they just moved the extension of my contract for one meeting. Oh my God, they just moved it like another one. So again, just like Chair Catherine said, thanks for your patience, because if I was in your shoes, I would be thinking, oh my God, the contract keeps on moving. But we're happy to be able to celebrate with you and everything you do in our way of just celebrating is bringing this forward and taking our vote, and just thanking you for your leadership, because during this time you're leading it. You're leading and you're working with everyone, and so your work does not go unnoticed. Know that during these times, and everything you do. Thank you from the bottom of our heart. Everything with the safety plan reopening, how is it going to look like? All the operational piece of the house. It's really time consuming, but it's a lot of thought that is going into it. So thank you, because I know management is really leading this at the colleges and working with their staff there.
Okay, thank you for that. Let's see here, Trustee Manteuth.
Aye.
Okay, great. Trustee Perez?
Aye.
Trustee Torres?
Yes.
Okay, Vice Chair McKay?
Yes.
I'm also yes. And Student Trustee Gonzalez?
Yes.
All right, excellent. Okay, now there was a suggestion, and
again, Chair, I move approval of 703 and 704.
And I will second that. And if are there any questions or comments on these items? Hearing none, Trustee Manteuth.
Aye.
Excellent. Okay, Trustee Perez.
Aye.
Vice Chair McKay.
Yes.
Trustee Torres.
Yes.
Student Trustee Gonzalez.
Yes.
And I am also a yes. Okay, excellent. 8.01. Councilor Gillespie.
Yeah, these are just brought back in case any of the board members had any questions. They've been on as information item for a couple of meetings here.
Thank you for that. And not to dismiss the hard work that went into these, but we appreciate the hard work that did go into these, and it's exciting to see. Okay, 9.01 Board of Trustees, March 23rd meeting evaluation. I think we skipped this the last meeting. I can't remember, but
sorry, I know. I just wanted to point out on the informational item for the guidance pathways of adoption, because I just really I looked over them and I appreciated the work that went into them. There was areas where they mentioned on success teams, and they have success teams where are going to be intentionally and reaching out to students between 2.0 and 3.0 GPAs with at least 1F to intervene with support to prevent students from falling close to academic probation. And I just really wanted to thank you, because I'm looking at this at the college, because we have had the conversation about AB 705, but not only AB 705, but just our students performing. And so to me, it was really nice to be able to read that we had the college, I think this is Moore Park. To have the colleges really be able to take that information and really see what they're already doing. And they might have been already thinking of doing it from beforehand. So when I read it into this plan of the guided pathways, it was really nice because they're reaching out to the students before they get to the academic probation and before they're not doing so well. So I really appreciated seeing that. And then there was, and I know we're trying to move, but I just wanted to point it out because there was also this one happens to be at Moore Park also, when they're talking about at Moore Park, and I'm on page 559, but I know
other page number,
is it 27?
Okay.
Maybe that's the one you would have.
Yeah.
I really liked where they talked about their student learning outcomes and program learning outcomes are reviewed and remote, and it talks about their program review process. But I liked how it's mentioned about the alignment, the academic rigor, the integrity, the relevance, and the currency of it. And then below it, it talks about how they're addressing equity data as it relates to student success and retention. So it was really nice and impressive to see how they're taking all of this information of equity into instruction and data. Because I've always wondered, how do we look at it in terms of the data perspective equity? So it was really nice being able to read all of the plans, and Oxnard College and Ventura have the same, where they're actually looking into this information and applying it in the data and in the instructional piece. How are they going to be measuring like the learning outcomes? And it's really fascinating to look at it from the data perspective to have that equity. So I just wanted to point out that I learned a lot. Like I've learned so much. And so my respects to the entire community colleges and the work that went into it, because it was really good to see there's some of the areas that are being addressed that there needed to be a little bit work done. But it's really nice. They're so thorough. So I just wanted to make sure we had the time to just highlight some of those points. And I know it's at the end of our meeting, but incredible work. It guides me in my work. Just so you know, I have it highlighted and I have all of these different like bookmarks. And it's not only are you making an impact in our college, but you're making an impact in the work that I do at my school, because I took it and I said, wow, this is wonderful. This is something that I can use. So thank you for not only doing great work there, but you're also being a great support and training other leaders to be able to do this great work on their campuses. So thank you for that too.
Okay, thank you for those comments. Okay, 9.01 Board of Trustees meeting evaluation. Trustee Perez, you want
to? Some good thorough discussion tonight. Although I think we could still work on brevity in getting our points across and not becoming too repetitive in the process. But I appreciated the discussion tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Trustee Mantu.
Actually, I would like to compliment Trustee Gonzalez on the Moore Park Career Day t-shirt. If I hadn't worn mine for the last 4 days straight, I would have mirrored you tonight. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Okay. Trustee Torres.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you, Trustee Pettis, for showing. Thank you for the wonderful gifts. I know Ventura College, we didn't get a chance to thank you for that beautiful bag. I that's the one I use all the time to carry like my books. And so thank you for the beautiful surprises that you send our way from the colleges. It's a huge treat. I have a huge smile every time I see the gifts. So thank you very much for your generosity and consideration. I think our meeting went well. I think there's a value of discussion. There might be an item that takes a little bit longer, but then the next one, there's less of a conversation. But I like the dialogue. I think there's a value. And even though we might have a different perspective at the end, we got the opportunity to express ourselves. And I think as a board, that's the value. And that's how we continue to grow and strengthen ourselves as a board. So I thought it was a good meeting.
Thank you for that. Trustee Gonzalez.
I really liked it. I piggybacking what Trustee Torres says. I feel like we are getting better at being able to express our own opinions and our side of what we think, and accepting and collaborating a lot better to try to understand what we could do to make it a possible forthgoing and coming together as a board. So thank you.
Thank you for that. Vice Chair McKay.
Like always, I think we have a lot of opinions and a lot to say, and I'll echo what Trustee Perez said. Maybe if we could say it shorter, that would be great. But I think that there's nothing more important than we do, probably than the budget oversight. And so I think having a really thorough and robust debate and discussion is really important.
Excellent. Okay. Chancellor Gillespie, before I comment, do you have anything on part of the governance team to share? Meeting evaluation? Okay. My only comments is, some tough decisions, at least for me and for everybody, but for me tonight, and what I always struggle with is with the concept and idea that we're going to do this soon, or this is coming, but as trustees, we're presented with the budget now. So it's that balance that is really hard sometimes. And I get that it's just part of the process, but at the same time, with this new funding formula, not to rehash anything, but I'm excited to see some of the growth and shifts that the state is looking for us to do, and just to see those. So I think it was a good meeting, a long meeting, and but that's the work it entails. So with that said, we are now at 10.01, public employee performance evaluation. And I wish I could had a crystal ball to tell you how long this part will last, but I don't. So we are going to go back into closed session for an undetermined amount of time, and then we'll return to report if any action, but we do not suspect any action.
Yeah, we don't have any action items, and so we wouldn't have a report out.
Great, even better. So
well, this is where I say goodnight to all of you.
Yes,
Good night. Bye.
And this is where us trustees and Chancellor get to say goodnight to our audience and employees and community members. So thank you for your time and hanging out with us tonight, and we'll see you again soon. Okay, and I think as trustees, we're going back to the closed session link, correct? Okay, cool.
Correct.
Good night, everybody.